Well, hello. Hello again. Hello again, people. How are you? How are you today? Good to see anybody who is joining on in here in the chat. My name's Tom Omega, and this is, again, the Infj Experience, where our experience is our experience. Yeah, let's put it at that, huh? And again, this is another Saturday Night Live edition, okay? It seems as though Saturday Night Lives are getting to be a common thing around here, okay? So hopefully, all right. I know things are. I guess I've been a little bit. I gotta be honest with the people. I've been a little bit sidetracked. Hopefully, everything's going well here. Hopefully, you can hear me okay. Saying that the audio is doing well. I just got to do a little sound check here, people. Okay. No. So anyway, so I must admit that I have been a little bit complacent lately. With myself. Now, you may not notice this. You may not see this within yourself, but I see it within myself. Sometimes I feel like I could be doing more, but I'm not doing as much as I could be doing. I mean, not necessarily on this channel, not necessarily here on the station, on the broadcast, but with myself. I think we're always striving to do better. We're always telling ourselves we can be better, do better, and just have a better outlook. And I'm telling you, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like I feel like I'm so much more to accomplish than I am. I always got big plans. I always got big motives in my mind going on, but putting things to use really is sometimes it doesn't just happen automatically. You have to strive to these things. Okay, I'm gonna do a sound check. Sounds good. Do a little reverb soundtrack. Okay, sound check sounds good. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, people. I'm glad you held on for that. Yeah. So, uh, like I said before, I just feel like sometimes, personally, I feel like I could be so much more, do so much better than I do. If only I had more something. I don't know what it is. You know. It's almost like as INFJs. Maybe it's not just I. Maybe it's just us. Maybe it's just me. I've got big plans. I got these huge plans going on in my head. I got all these things I want to do that I am accomplishing or I could accomplish, and yet putting them on the paper, it's like you have 15 things you want to do, but you can only do them one at a time. Then I tell myself I got to start somewhere. I'm looking at these 15 things I want to do, and you want to do them all at the same time. You want to do them all at once. You're thinking that's what you got to do, but the thing is, you got to prioritize. This is the things I need to teach myself is prioritization. All right. Making sure you can't do everything all at once. You got to do them all at one at a time. But you got to say, okay, I finished this task. Now I do the next one. Got that one done? Do the next one. Because, you can't do them all at the same time. But your mind's telling you got all these things to do. Okay. So I think that's what's going on with my mind sometimes, honestly. And so I got to always tell myself I have to be a little more organized. I got to be a little bit more together with it and things like that. So, well, I have three watching. Hello there, three out there. If you're new to the channel, if you are brand new, please leave a comment down below. Yeah, just type in one of those comments and say hello. Hello, how are you? And if it's somebody I know, an old friend of mine, you can say hello to, and we can pick up where we left off. All right. That's one thing that's good about this. You get to know me, and I get to know you, get to know each other, and sometimes it's like picking up like with an old friend. You could be vanished for many, many months, weeks. Feel like you drifted apart for years, but you're never strangers. When you finally do reconnect, it's like picking up right where you left off. Yeah, that's what it is. So anyway, people, if you'd like to do that, feel free to enter in a little bit of a chat with me. And if you have any concerns, any issues, any discernments, let me know. Okay. Now, this was a little bit of a short notice for me as well. Oh, by the way, people, look at this. I got some new cool glasses today. How do you like these new cool shades I got here? All right. These are actually nice, and I got them all adjusted. I had to get my prescription all done and everything. Had to get the had to get go to the eye doctor. You really don't realize like little small minuscule changes in your eyes. You think you got them checked a couple years ago, right? And they're fine. You got them all going, right? And then all of a sudden you get an eye test done. And all of a sudden, okay, everything looks a little blurry. Okay, bam, there you go. You fix it. Then you get a new pair of glasses, then everything's clear again. You're like, what the heck? My old glasses were getting blurry again. And all of a sudden, those old glasses just they're not cutting it anymore. It's amazing how the eyes change over the course of time. Really is. So, but anyway, I had to do that. Actually, I got that done. I actually got that done last couple of weeks ago, and usually it takes a couple weeks to get the eyeglasses in, and they finally came in. I'm thinking, all right, these are cool. And these are the type of glasses that once you get into the dark, once you get into into the light, they darken up. Is what I meant to say. Okay, so there you go. Well, we have three. Okay, we have three still watching on. That's good. So anyway, hopefully everybody's week went well, and if you've had a great week, then I would like to hear a little bit about it. If you want to tell me about your week, tell me about your day, tell me about your life, tell me about how things are going with you people. Okay, all right. And so anyway, we as far as the channel's going right now, like I said, sometimes I got things going on in the back of my mind. I know that I kind of neglected things. Things bother me a lot. I didn't put a video out this week. I didn't put a second video out. Typically, I'd like to put out a couple of regular long form videos and just let them go. I didn't do that. Not that I didn't want to or couldn't. It didn't happen for me. And sometimes sometimes my regular job just gets engulfing. And not only just the job, I mean, preparing for the job. I get home, it's a night job. I work nights, I get home, and then all of a sudden I got to start thinking about the next day. I get ready to go to sleep, wake up. I got a couple hours in the morning. So what do? I spend that with getting ready for my next day, trying to work out a little bit, trying to stretch out a little bit, trying to put a lunch together. And, but again, I got all these 15 things going on in my mind I want to do. But then I tell myself, yeah, but you ain't got all the time to do them right now. You got work to do and all that. So things start piling up a little bit. Again, I guess you got to prioritize what is the most important things you do, and you got to do them all one at a time. That's all we can do. I think a lot of that has to do with that extroverted sensing thing that we got to. Sometimes that extroverted sensing that typically INFJs have is a lacking function. It's that final one. Yeah, it's the last one in the whole functioning category. And that's one of those things that's our drawback, you know. And sometimes we got all these plans going on in our head. We got all these plans. We got the J function. We got that introverted intuition function, thinking. And you got all these, and you know what you want to do. And everything within your mind is right there. You say, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to go here, go there, do that. And you got it all put together in your mind, right? And then all of a sudden, it's the moment to do it. Put it into the real world, put it into the real application. And then all of a sudden, that extroverted sense starts to bog you down a little bit because, I mean, then that is with me. That's the way it is with me because it's just one of those lacking things. Okay. But, all right. I guess bottom line is, you really have to train yourself to be better than that. That's all we can really do. Okay. It's all we can do. I mean, I tend to let things pile up sometimes until they're so out of control. Then I just hit them all at once. So a little bit of an imbalance there. Okay. So we got two out there. And hey, somebody gave me a thumbs up. Oh, if you would, people, give me a thumbs up. That'll give the algorithm a chance to tell everybody that we're on the air and that, at least this is worth watching. Okay. This is good, worth hanging around for. So that's all. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, this is I'm up in New Hampshire. As you know, I don't know if anybody, unless you're new to the channel, you could be. If you're new to the channel, I live in New Hampshire, and this week is Laconia Bike Week. Yeah, I mean they got one of these big old bike meets that they do once a year up here, right in June. All right, there's a couple more they do around the country. You know what I mean? They got one in Sturgis, North Dakota. They do them in Daytona Beach. Well, these bikers, these big old leathery bikers come riding up, and the old Hell's Angel types, you know, those types, and they ride 15, 20, whatever, a bunch at a time. Well, they all just meet. They all kind of go different places. Well, this week is our week. New Hampshire hosts one of them. And that matter of fact, Laconia, it's right up on the Wares Beach Lake, right on Lake Winnipesaukee. Is probably the oldest motorcycle week that they got in the country. I believe it's the oldest one. Okay, the other ones kind of followed suit a little bit. So naturally, I'm seeing motorcycles all over the place right now. So, but hey, I don't have a bike. I don't have a motorcycle only because I tried riding a bike way back years ago, and I thought, what am I trying to be here? Am I trying to fit in? What am I trying to do with this? It almost seemed like it wasn't me. I could tell it wasn't me. I was trying to be something I really wasn't. I was trying to find a certain image, a certain persona that was not necessarily me. Okay. I kind of recognized that right away. I says, I'm looking for something. I'm trying to be somebody or something, but this isn't it. All right. I mean, as you know, a lot of that's psychology. I mean, this is what we discuss here on this channel as well, which I like to talk about psychology. Now, typically, a lot of times we might find something that we do in order to fit in, maybe to find validation with other people. Just try to find some kind of something that fills a void within us that we think we're supposed to find. Now, I started riding a bike, and it's probably back in the late 90s, okay, early 2000s. I thought, okay, I'm going to get this bike, and eventually I was going to save up, get me a real nice Harley, you know what I mean? But I realized that's what I was trying to do. I was just trying to mask something. I was trying to be something I really wasn't, okay? So bottom line is, I didn't stick around with the bike all that long, okay? Just wasn't my thing, okay? So how am I sounding? Everything sounding okay? Okay, I did a sound check earlier. Everything did sound good earlier. So, all right. So we have one watching. So anyway, like I said, this is so I'm going to get back to the fundamentals, people. Now, the name of this. Excuse me, excuse me, people. Just had to get me a drink. Yeah, the name of the channel, the name of this broadcast is the Infj Experience, and this is basically what I do. This channel is dedicated to understanding the MBTI types. MBTI types is a personality type of it's basically about personality types. Now, I guess it's been mapped out several years ago by the Myers-Briggs, and there are 16 distinctive personality types in the Myers-Briggs personality type indicator, which is the MBTI. Okay. And each one of us, every human being has a different personality. I mean, you knew that. You knew that in grade school. There were different kids that acted different ways than other kids. Some kids were the outgoing, real boisterous type. Other kids were the shy types that would just want to read a book. They were the ones that were kind of introverted. We called those the loners. We called those the shy types. And then, of course, there were the outgoing types, the extroverted types. Now, these are two glaring differences between personalities right there. Now, everybody boils down to two types in that one. They're either introverted or they're extroverted, see? And, of course, as you know, too, there's also different other types. I mean, some people are more intuitive and some people are more senses. Some people can just see a room by everything they see. They may pick up everything visually with their sound, their senses, their sight, their sound, and they're very much in tune to these senses, okay? And they gather information for these senses, and they see everything as factual, as just what they see, what they what they see around them, very tangible. Okay. Now these are the sensor types, but then you have intuitive types as well. Intuitives ones, now they gather their information from the senses, of course. They still have senses, but they're gathering the information from the world around them. But their mind starts going deeper. Their mind starts processing what they find, what they see, and they start understanding things deeper. They start seeing patterns. They start looking deeper into where they lead, or how far they go. It's almost like taking a surface of something, but looking beyond behind the surface is what intuition is. Now, some people are more intuitive. Some people are more sensor types. So that falls into another category of how your personality, uh, falls under. Basically, how it unfolds. Okay. Now, the third one of them is the T versus the F. Now, as you know, there's the T's are thinkers. Now, some people think they're more contemplative. Now, everybody should be a thinker. We have to all think to an extent. Everybody needs to use their brain to compute and think to an extent. But some are more than others. Some are more thinkers than others. They are okay. But basically, the thinker types just see just that. They're more logical. They're thinking, but also have the feelers. Now, the feeler types are the more emotional types. These are the types that don't necessarily always feel emotional, but sometimes the feeler types don't just look at things in a logical sense. They'll actually start looking at things in the idea of how it will affect other people. What will the other outcome be for people around them, let's say? Okay. Typically, this is what a feeler type does. But also a feeler type, yes, they do consider people's feelings and their emotions. While thinker types are more, they don't do that as much. Okay. Now, not to say a thinker can't be a feeler, not to say somebody can't have compassion. Now, we could always drift into these other realms and be, either extroverted or thinkers or intuitive when we're not. We have the ability to do that, but it's not a primary function. It's not what we are preferring to do. Okay, these are like our secondary functions that we do as a kind of if our regular way of doing things aren't really working, or we're not really so we might go into our secondary functions. So I'm basically saying everybody can do that, but basically, like I said, but that's the third unit of the MBTI is the thinking versus the feeling. Okay, and everybody's different, and these are part of your personality traits as well. Okay, now the final one is J versus P. You have the judging function and the perceiving function. Now, the judging function is basically more of a very highly structured order. Basically, it's a highly structured function which likes to keep things in order, keeps things in check, keeps things, let's say, in balance. And also, usually, the judger types want things that they like routine. They like things the same way a lot. Like they get up in the morning, they might have their cup of coffee, and they might have their eggs a certain way or their cereal a certain way every morning, and they always get up at the same time. And they like things routine, and they like their newspaper, let's say, at a certain time. See, these are routines. This is part of a judging function. See, now some people are more rooted into these functions than other people. Some people like these routines. Some people like to make plans. They like to have things a certain way. And this keeps them in order. This keeps their mind clearer because it's routine, it's predictable, but this is their preferred function, you see. So that's a judging function. Now, the perceivers are more spontaneous. The P types in that perceivers are not to say they can't be judges, but they typically like things uh, as they're handed to them. They're okay with that. I mean, not to say they like it, but they're okay with it. They're okay with things just happening in the moment. Things are unfolding in the moment, spontaneous. Instead of having that routine where they have their cup of coffee every morning at that time, maybe next morning they'll say, "I don't want coffee today. I'll have tea, or I'll have orange juice." See, and they may make it up on the fly. See, they will go out of order. Now, this is an example of what a perceiver is, and also typically the perceiver types are more the type to they they can plan. They will have ability to have long term abilities to plan, but they typically are the type that will do things more spontaneously. Like I said before, just on the fly, okay, and do things in that moment. And sometimes, depending on whether or not you're a feeler, a perceiver or a judger, it depends on how you like to see things in the now or in the future. And sometimes people dwell a lot in the past. They're always reminiscing on what happened to them in the past and how they either that what happened to somebody else or themselves, how they felt about it, the outcome of a situation, how it affected them. They'll always be having memories, but they'll make their decisions based on that, based on how they see things. These are a lot of times what perceivers do as well. So, but bottom line is there are 16 different combinations of these functions. Okay, like I said, the introverted versus the extroverted, the E versus the I, the intuitive versus the sensor, the feeler versus the thinker, and the judger versus the perceiver. Now there are these are the main 8 functions that each and every one of us have, but we have a preferred function. Now I guess it has been mapped out. It has been mapped out. It's a psychological trait where there are 16 different combinations that these 4 combinations end up going to. Okay. Now I like to focus mainly on the INFJ personality. Now this is the INFJ experience. The INFJ is the introverted, intuitive, the feeler, and the judger. And it just so happens that this particular one is the rarest of all personalities. Now, the most common one, not, just before you say, oh, it's the rarest, okay? I mean, what does that mean? Now, the most common one is probably, let's say, the ISFJ, which is only one letter off. Now, there might be 13% of the population that are ISFJs. So when you think about it, they all have to, out of 16 different personalities, they have to still have a percentage that equal out to be, let's say, 100. Okay. So now you might have 13% of the population are ISFJs. And then they all go down from there. Now, there are some more in common, there are some less common personalities. But honestly, I think there's a lot more extroverted personalities. It seems to me, from my own observation, I do believe that extroverts are a much more common combination of this. Okay. It seems there's a lot more outgoing people out there. Okay. Well, we have some people. Oh, we have a few comments. I'm going to read your comments. What do we got here? We got Charles, Charlie girl, Charles girl. Hello there, Charles girl. 3447 is what I'm reading on there. I know I don't like surprise visits. Oh, you don't like them surprise? Neither do I. That's typically one of those things. That's out of routine. You like your routine, I'm sure, right? Charlie girl. I'm gonna have to come up with a name for you, a nickname, like out of your profile, okay? But no, that sounds like that's basically it. If you don't like those surprise visits, yeah, that's typically, yeah, that's not spontaneous at all. Now, is it? Yeah, you don't like people just popping in and knocking on your door. Hey, how you been? Hey, yeah, it's like usually you're not answering the door. You're pretending I'm not here, and you hear them in the background whispering, their car's here, their lights are on. Yeah, every indication is there that you're there, but you're not answering the door. You know what I mean? And meanwhile, you're like, just go away. Just go away. You're thinking, you're telling yourself, willing these people, not now, just go away. Oh, yeah. I know how that is. You just, and then when they drive away, you're making sure they turn the corner. You're watching that car go around the corner. You say, oh, good. And then you're locking the doors a little more. And we also had George Porch. Hello. Hello, George. Good day. And I see you, see me. Hi, everyone. Hello there. It's good to see some people are coming into the chat today. That's awesome. I got some neighbors out there. Talk about neighbors. The kids are out there. Hopefully, they're not bugging you too much, you know. But it is a warm day out today. I'm not telling you, it was up in the 90s today. Up here in the Northeast, we're in a little bit of a heat wave, you know. So I look at the windows open right now, you know. So um, Billy the Goat. Hey, Billy the Goat. Hey, I remember that name before. Hi, y'all. Good to see you again. Yes, and George and Billy, how you doing? I see you. You see me. That's awesome to see people are coming on in here. All right. Oh, see the cable I got here. I had an issue with my microphone a couple weeks ago. I did something with. I did something. I pulled on one of these like the tab too much, and I ended up breaking it. And I had to get a new. I had to get a new wire, one that could transfer data and not just be a charger. You know what I'm saying? So I just got that. I plugged it in a few minutes ago before I went live, you know. So hello to expecting thunder showers. Oh, Charles girl, Charlie girl. Okay, now Charlie girl, that is a new name. Can I ask you a question? Now, are you? I'm gonna take it that I'm gonna guess you're probably American. Are you from the good old U.S. of A? You're not from another country, are you? And if you are, just you can indicate where you're from if you want to just tell us a little bit more about yourself. If you've been here before and I haven't seen your name, I do apologize, but that's the first time I remember you. Okay. Greetings from Missouri, Frog Pond School. Hey, Ray from Frog Pond School's coming on in here again. How are you, Ray? Good to hear from you as well, sir. That's awesome. So we get people coming on in here. So that's great. Um, but bottom line is, yeah. So if anybody's new to the broadcast, if anybody just happened to stumble across here, feel free to introduce yourself, please. Let me know who you are, and we will talk about things. Ottawa Valley. Oh, you're from Canada. Ottawa, Canada. Oh, Canada, my home and native land. How did the rest of that go? Pure patriot love, in God I feel it stand. So I'm sorry, listen, I've heard the Canadian national anthem from that guy who sings like sometimes I watch a Bruins game, because I'm from New Hampshire, and occasionally they got to play the national anthem, right? When the when the Bruins are playing like a Canadian team, you know. So I get to know the Canadian national anthem pretty good just by watching hockey. You know what I mean? So I got to know it. They always had this one guy had that opera voice. Oh, Canada, he stands in God is deep. You know, and he'd be all theatric and everything. You know, so I heard that theme song. I mean, I heard that national anthem quite a bit. You know, it's quite an interesting. It's an interesting national anthem you got up there in Canada, I must say. So there you go. How's that? Huh? It's all right. It changed a few times too. Oh, they changed the national anthem? Really? Okay. What are the days? So I know there's a French version and there's the English version. I do know that. You know, they have the old Canada and then they say it in French. And usually, sometimes, like when the Bruins are visiting, like Montreal, I used to watch them too, right? And then you'd hear them singing it in French. So when they were up in Quebec. So yeah, I can imagine they got a different variation for languages too, right up there, right? But anyway, that's good to see you're out there. You know, uh, so it's bilingual. Yes, exactly, exactly. It is definitely a bilingual type of thing. You know, I mean, but actually, being that I mean, no, we're not that far away. I don't know what part of Canada, but my state. I'm in New Hampshire, like I said before, and my state borders Canada. I mean, obviously, up in the north, so does Vermont, so does Maine. Northern New England borders parts of actually Quebec. I mean, Quebec City is actually probably, if I was to drive to Quebec City, it'd probably be like a 7 hour drive. But that would be probably the furthest. That would be right up there. But I do know that New Hampshire borders Quebec. So there you go. So hi, so we got Billy the Goat. Hi, Charlie girl. Hey, see that? Everybody's saying hello already, so that's awesome. No, that's good to see. We got a lot of we got a lot of familiar faces coming in here. A lot of regulars coming on in here, and hopefully we'll have a few new faces coming on in here as well. Okay, that's awesome. Um, so so like I said, let me get caught up with things again. As like I said, this week's been fairly routine as far as things go, but I'm trying to make sure I at least top it off with going live as I like to do. Okay, uh, it's my second time here. I'm from the UK. Now, I listen, Billy the Goat. Listen, I do remember you. You say it's your second time. I do remember you, and you're from the UK. All right. And we were talking. I think it was either last Saturday, the Saturday before. I can't remember what exactly. Maybe it was just last Saturday. But yes, I remember you. And we were talking about. I can't remember what exactly what the issue was of the discussion. It's all unrecorded. I mean, it's actually on my page. Hey, every single one of these lives is rebroadcast. So occasionally, hey, funny thing is, right? Sometimes I have to go back and I'll look at a rebroadcast just to see how it sounds from the other end. Like, if I'm sitting in the outside looking in at myself, how do I sound? Would I hang around with this guy? Would I want to stick around here on his live? I mean, how would I? So I have to kind of look at it from that perspective. And I got to admit, there's certain parts of me, there's certain times I'm like, yeah, I could see people coming in. And then I'm like, oh, gee, now he's getting kind of boring over here. Now I'm like, I think I'd be turning off by this time. And I make, what I mean? So, but I do have to do that. But we were talking about Reservoir Dogs and Tire Joe. Yes, yes, I do remember the Reservoir Dogs comment. Yes, and tire jokes. Okay? See, now you're ringing a bell. I remember those. See, I remember doing that, but I'm thinking, but was that with you? I guess it was with you. And you were coming up with all the stuff like, oh yeah, you know, I can't even remember. You were coming up with your own version of tire jokes. You actually were pretty good at them. You know. Hey, roll with the punches. In your case, the punctures or something. Was that you? That was you. I remember that. In your case, roll with the punctures. Oh, yeah. And I said, do believe that one just went a little flat there. I said, now flat there, son. As Foghorn, I said, Foghorn Leghorn might say there. I need plenty of water in this time of day. All right. Bingo. Yes, I do remember that. Somebody's laughing at that, huh? Okay. Excellent movie, Charlie Girl. Yeah, that was a different one. Something about Quentin Tarantino movies. We were talking about Tarantino. He's got a very unique flair on how he puts movies together. Like that's unique to anybody else. I mean, I think a lot of movie directors have to be unique in their own way, to differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack, I would think. But Tarantino's got a style about him that is definitely unique. All right. So, yeah, like Pulp Fiction. Now, this is a tasty burger. Remember that? Yeah. Something about that movie was something else, too. So, but yes. But again, I mean, so as you know, if you have the INFJ affliction, sometimes I say it that. Listen, I mean, we have the personality type. But sometimes I'm going to tell you right now, people, it goes beyond just being a personality. Sometimes it's like an affliction. Sometimes it's like a curse to have our personality. I mean, occasionally there are times in our life having this personality, it is very, very challenging. And I know you're all saying this because you have this, and there's struggles in our life from being an INFJ on what we have to deal with in our life. And now people might say, yeah, come on, you're making it up, or you just kind of people that don't see what you see or think you're just coming up with excuses. Well, for one thing, we're never going to tell you that. We're probably going to keep these things to ourselves. But this is between you and me and everybody else that have our type. And the reason I'm here, people, bottom line is the reason why this channel exists is because of that very thing, is because we need something that's, I think one of the most important things that we need to know sometimes is that at times we just need somebody else that has been there and had the same life that we've lived. Okay. And we like to know that occasionally in our life that we've met somebody else that had the same struggles and the same issues. Because I'm going to tell you right now, being having the NFJ, being that we have the alignments, having like introverted intuition is our dominant function. Okay. And being that we have the traits that we have, there are some amazing gifts that we've been blessed with. I mean, some amazing clarity in our mind, the way it is capable of calculating, of computing, of coming up with emotional and rational decisions and outcomes and perceptions and discoveries, spiritual, mental discoveries within us, and they are abundant. And these are some of the gifts that we have. And usually what we are internal first, where all of these things that we experience are within the depths of our soul. And there's many of these revelations, but we have many drawbacks. And these drawbacks sometimes cloud us from our gifts. Okay. As you know, and you're all saying, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Sometimes these gifts we have of clarity and everything get overshadowed with the fact that sometimes we feel just so damn isolated, so damn alone in the world. We got no one to talk to because nobody can understand it. Okay. And not only that, was so rare. Okay. But this channel is here for this reason. Now we can connect occasionally. At least you get one place, maybe not just one place. Hopefully there's a couple of us out there, we're hanging out. We get to hang out. We get just kind of uh, be with each other for just a little while here and there, just to understand each other. Okay. That's why I'm here. Okay. I like to call this a sanctuary and a safe haven for for our type. Okay. So there you go. Yes, it can be unnerving. Those are close to us. Absolutely. Absolutely. My guests, my guest for Superman was ISFJ, and some seem to agree on that interest. Oh, you mean Superman was an ISFJ? Okay, so he wasn't quite intuitive. He had all the traits. He had all the other things, but not quite as intuitive. More of a sensor, then, huh? It's a good possibility. Yeah, yeah. He's definitely. Uh, is he introverted or extroverted? I mean, he's definitely likes to. He's got a certain something about him. Yeah, there's no doubt. I wouldn't call him an INFJ, definitely, but that's a good one though. So he's. Have you ever looked at Superman being his type as an INFJ? Billy the Goat asked that question. That's a good question. I never thought of Superman. I thought of like Batman a couple times. What his MBTI type? I figured Batman was more the INTJ. Okay, although he sometimes drifts into compassionate side as well. But Batman, I think, would definitely fit more into that category right there. But I can't picture Superman being INFJ. I mean, what? Now ISFJ. If there's just one function different, that's a good possibility. That's definitely possible. And Batman being an INTJ, yeah, that I agree. Now, Billy the Goat, I believe Batman is a TJ because he's smart. The guy is like methodical about things. He's a planner. He's innovative. He's deeply introverted and intuitive. He's got a lot of insight, but he's kind of ruthless in a way. There's a certain ruthlessness about him. Okay, especially when it comes to bad guys. But you know where that came from. Okay, he's got this burning itch to just bring justice to bad guys. You know what I mean? There's no doubt about that. But yeah, he's got all the markings of a TJ, no doubt about it. I can't think of any major superhero as an INFJ, but I do know all of the obscure characters That's a good question. Is if there is one INFJ superhero character, who would that be? An INFJ superhero. I mean, I know there's a few stereo. Well, let me see. That's a good question. As far as that goes, I mean, the thing is that I mean, typically they think of the INFJ as being so methodical that would they even have to you know use fighting tactics, martial arts, and things in order to do it, or would it be more like just planning things out? They'd be so far ahead of them that they have already defeated them, like in the future. You see what I mean? Like where they already set things out and they figured out their bad guys so deep. They figured them. Well, they're already calculating their next move, that they've just set traps for them. That would be the guy to look for. The guy that was just, he would just be that deep into his future planning. Okay, and he would just find little ways of just putting obstacles into there, because he'd have constant traps they would be walking into, and he'd have to be more psychological than he would be actual physical. He'd be the type where he could just, you know, manipulate them psychologically, or just be like one step above them in their own mind. You know what I mean? And just kind of baffle them mentally. That's the kind of superhero I would think would be more the INFJ, and be very like like I said, methodical, but more like just using a lot of philosophy and things like that, and kind of you know I don't know, just kind of deep. Agreed. Professor X. I reckon the shrink in Goodwill Hunting, Robin Williams. Oh, that guy. Goodwill Hunting. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Okay, the Robin Williams guy. Yeah. I often wondered if Robin Williams himself, I mean, I don't know if they've just talked about his personality type, um, but although he was very extroverted, I think I could see him as being extroverted though, right off the bat, unless he was one of those covert INFJs that seemed to be extroverted on the surface. And he could be when at times to do his job, do his performance. But then behind the scenes, when you didn't see him, he was deeply isolated. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. But Professor X, though, huh? If not a comic book character and J's and movies in general, any come to mind? Oh, you mean as far as like celebrity? You mean like just movie title, movie people, things like that? Well, right off the bat, hey, you want to hear one that is an INFJ? If you want to talk about just celebrities or characters in TV and movies, how about Wilson from Home Improvement? Remember him? Wilson was a pure INFJ. Think about this. That guy always hid behind the fence. Remember that? You could never see his face. He was mysterious. He always was like, "Hello, huddy ho, neighbor," and of course, Tim Allen always came to him for advice. He'd always he'd be like nerved up and like thinking about how to solve something. I got to talk to Wilson, because Wilson was basically his shrink. Wilson was his advisor, and even like at night, he'd be like, Wilson, all right. He'd be like in that fence, and then Wilson would either be in his backyard doing something a little bit odd, a little bit odd or peculiar, and he was always alone. Remember that he was always by himself. I think he said he had a wife that he was estranged to or something. And not only that, the guy knew everything. You'd ask him, and he'd quote philosophers, and he'd quote these really deep, stoic figures from history. And you'd think, how does he know this stuff? You know? And he was usually always right. He was very knowledgeable. And like I said, he had all the traits. Just the guy Wilson from Home Improvement. That was a classic right there. And one time I was curious because I was thinking about that. It says, then I look up online, Wilson's MBTI type, and they said, yes, classic INFJ. Okay. So, he had all the characteristics, like I said before. So, you ever think about that, people? There you go. That's a good example right there. Okay. And also think about another one when I think of like characters, INFJ characters. How about, of course, you got Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars. That's kind of a given. Everybody's kind of that's kind of a known thing. He was very much, you must, uh, Luke, you must become a Jedi, and look, whatever it was that he was saying. I can't remember, but he was trying to teach him, of course. But he was very empathic. Remember that? Very empathic and very, intuitive and all that stuff. And he had all the traits as well. It was Obi-Wan. Again, that yeah. Hey, maybe it's Ben Kenobi. No, Ben. He's a lone hermit. he's a he he basically, remember, his uncle disregarded him right away. Just say, he's basically a weirdo, lives by himself like he's a lone hermit. Yeah, he was a classic one too. Was Obi-Wan. You look at his whole character. And usually you look at the characters in movies and things like that. They're usually just that. They're always that distant, lone, mysterious outcast. Okay, that's always living alone. That old guy that's just by himself. But usually, like, how about this one for you? How about here's one that I get on that I would think. Remember Old Man Marley? Old Man Marley from Home Alone 2. I believe it was it one or two? I don't know, maybe it was part one. Remember Old Man Marley? Remember there was a story that his brother was saying, "There's Old Man Marley. He's putting the he was putting the he was spreading the salt on the outside, and he was melting the snow, and he was shoveling up the snow." And his brother was saying that was the bones of his family that he that went disappearing about 20 years earlier. He said one day that his family disappeared, and he said, and that's their bones. And he throws them out, and that's just So he was scaring his brother. Remember that? And then Marley just at that second looked up in the window, just stared at them, and they all like ducked behind the curtain. Yeah, I'd say Old Man Marley was like an INFJ too. And it turns out he saved his life. He was actually he became a friend with him, if you remember. So there's another one for you, Old Man Marley. Okay, INFJ. These are some of the observations I've seen over the years that I've picked them out in different like situations, as far as that goes as well. Okay, but I'm sure there's quite a few. Probably some female TV characters out there, but I don't know. Okay, female TV characters. You mean female INFJs? That's a good one. Um, Now, you might have to help me out on that one. I'd like to think that there's got to be some out there. I mean, Princess Leia from Star Wars, she was another one. Now, I know Carrie Fisher herself was known as being an INFJ. I mean, I've heard that been said. Now, whether or not her character is Princess Leia, I mean, she definitely had a certain way. She was very like intuitive. She had the Force. That was actually Luke's brother's sister. They were related. Didn't know it at the time. So somewhat like that. Um, Even her character is like, remember her as remember the woman from the Blues Brothers movie who was Carrie Fisher? She was the jilted, um, fiance. I guess Jake was supposed to get married that day. Remember, she came up with that whole story about how she waited for him with 200 guests and had this massive wedding plan, and he never showed up. Remember that? But she was after him the whole movie, and she was going after them with like rocket launchers and bombs, and she had all these weapons. You say, where did she get this stuff? But she was very mysterious, and she was like the lurker type with the eyes, and she'd look, and she was methodically planning out how to get Jake. She was trying to kill him. Remember that? Carrie Fisher. And so, I mean, maybe that type. I could see that her type maybe as being INFJ. I mean, now are INFJs very vengeful? I mean, I guess they can be, but she was vengeful. Maybe that was her dark side. That could have been her dark moment looking for justice, just looking to get that guy back who basically left her at the altar. You know what I mean? So that's a good question. Wonder Woman, INFJ? Uh, Wonder Woman, INFJ. As far as like being a female uh, superhero, let's see. I mean, I know she was like she had her alter self. Um, she was a planner. She had her invisible plane. She wanted truth. She had didn't she have that what her lasso was supposed to make you tell the truth if you wrapped around it? Is there a truth lasso? Yeah, it's a good possibility. Good possibility. I can't rule that out. Listen, I'm trying to think about all the different characteristics. Um, I could see that as a possibility. Unless anybody else can see that. Yeah, I can see some traits in Wonder Woman. I'm trying to think of that over. Yeah, that's a good that you see. You get me thinking about that. That's a good possibility. Yeah, she definitely was all for truth, and she had all that going on, and just the whole fact that she was looking to, step up to the plate and battle crime and things like that. For what it was. Probably some female TV characters. Okay, Extent Crisis. Anyone? Billy. Yes, Obi-Wan was a good one to be, definitely. And of course, you can't, the old, another one is Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, the old wizard with the white hair and a beard, long beard, classic wizard. Anytime you see wizard, that old wizard, you think right away, that's got to be the Anna J type right there. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, yeah, he spent a lot of time in his own head, in his own mind, in his own spirit, just to get to the level he is now. And yeah, and you could tell. I mean, a lot of them types have that about them. So, but Wonder Woman, INFJ, I can't rule that out. I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm going to say that there's nothing telling me that that's not a possibility. Okay, so now, honestly, being a man INFJ, it's easier for me to distinguish another man INFJ only because I'm kind of similar. I see the traits. Now, I'm still going to say too that I think even though men and women have the same personality trait, I still think that men and women are drastically different in their thinking and their reasoning, even just in their genders. And there's massive differences. I know they don't make that distinction too much, but I think that that should play a little bit of a part. Not to say that there aren't exceptions to every rule, because sometimes people will say, "Oh, well, what about this one or that one?" They'll come up with the most drastic extreme to prove your point wrong. Say you can't say that because this guy is ultra this or that, or this woman is this. Well, these are extreme cases, but we're talking about averages, okay? But on average, it's I think men and women, even INFJs, men and women, I think have different personalities that go deeper than just their own type, their own BTI type, excuse me, you know, along with all the other types too. I'm going to say all 16s. I've said that before. I think I definitely think on average, our personalities are different based on gender anyway. Okay. What role in life do I have this time? Is this the garden that will require my rhyme? Will I stay and see it fall? Or will I pick it up and shovel my bale? Or will I wait a while and try to smile? A little poetry there from Ray from Frog Pond. Now, is that something that you wrote, Ray? Now listen, Ray from Frog Pond School, right there that I just read from. I do believe he is an author. He told me before he actually has his own business where he's. Now, Ray, you did tell me you were authored and you wrote books and things. A lot of them were about poems and things like that. So yeah, I do believe he's a poet. Now, is that one of your poetry from one of your books? Maybe that's probably your own personal poetry there. I would think. Huh? It is something else, though. Yeah. So very thoughtful, though, no doubt about that. There. Okay. So I agree. Yeah. Yes, I can see some traits in Wonder Woman. Yeah, so we got into talking about Wonder Woman being a INFJ. Yeah, that's a good possibility. Like I said, I can't rule that out, but I really am trying to, um, yeah, trying to see that. Yeah, but of course, yeah, she had a certain, she possessed certain like powers, didn't she? That went beyond. Wasn't her the origin of Wonder Woman's story that she was from some island? She was from some hidden island somewhere, and she got her like powers from the Greek goddesses or something. It was some mythical thing like that. She was from some, yeah, islands, and maybe it was in Mediterranean. It was some hidden island, and yeah, the Greeks, the goddess or the gods, mythological gods, shined on her. Like they singled her out, gave her all these mystical, magical powers of some kind. I see it. I'm going by memory, something like that, right? So the Oracle from the Matrix. Oh, El Vagabond. Hello there, El Vagabond. We're talking about now. When you say the Oracle from the Matrix, you mean as far as being an INFJ? Now, would that be the Oracle from the Matrix? Okay, I'm trying to think. The Oracle from the Matrix. Now, the Oracle, was that a person? Was that that Fishburne guy? Remember him? He was the main guy that was like, okay, you can either take the red pill or the blue pill, telling the Keanu Reeves guy. He off was that guy the Oracle? If you're talking about him, I know he's talking about. You think that was INFJ? Um, Again, it's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but yeah. Hi everyone, El Vagabond, good one. Basically, anyone psychic, haha, yes. Uh, El Vagabond. Oracle offered Neo. Oh, Neo. Wait, that was Neo. Excuse me, Neo was the guy I'm talking about. The Fishburne guy was Neo, right? Okay, it's been a long time. I'm trying to remember who the Oracle was. If the Oracle was actually the was it the computer like brain or something like that, or was it somebody? It's been a while. You got to forgive me on that, people. It's been a long time since I've seen the Matrix, but I don't quite remember that. The black lady. Oh, is that who that was from from the Matrix? The black lady from the Matrix was the Oracle. Yeah. Again, I'm trying to put a read on that one. I'm trying to remember who that was exactly. Keanu, Keanu Reeves was Neo. Okay. See, it's been so long. People, I am getting my names wrong. Neo was Keanu Reeves. Okay. Fishburne was Morpheus. That's right. That's right. You know what? Whenever you said that, it rang a bell. Morpheus. Okay. All right. I remember now. Thank you. It's been a long time. Again, my facts aren't very straight. I'm glad you're helping me out over here, people. I'm just trying to rely on my memory right now. Um, so yeah, no, I can't really. Like I said, I think it's been since the '90s. It's been a long time since I've seen Matrix. But I'm going to tell you something else, though. That was one movie, one movies that blew my mind. I mean, because I started watching that movie completely like unsure what was going to happen. I had no idea what this was about. I heard people telling me it's a good movie, it's unbelievable, and this and that. I kept hearing reviews, and so I think I rented the DVD or whatever it was back in the '90s. So I put it in. I'm watching it at home. Of course, I'm just watching it, not sure what was happening. But when he came out, when he took the red pill, and he went into that kind of that world, and he woke up in the pod. And then I realized, oh my gosh! And then they described what the Matrix was. His whole life was it was a dream that he was being fed. That blew my mind. I was like, wow, that was deep. I never did that. Whole plot was beyond deep for me at that point. Unbelievable. So that I still remember that one movie blew my mind just with the plot. And I'm glad I didn't know what was going to happen because I saw it unfold. And I was like, man, who would have thought of that? But I feel contently deep. What about Wally? Pixar. Billy the Goat. You mean Wally from Pixar being an INFJ? Yeah. Well, he's a robot, but his personality. Um, Again, I can't remember quite. I can't remember that exactly. You'll have to kind of give us some like indications as to why. Was um, Can't remember that one exactly. I feel a connection with that deeply little that little derply little robot. Yeah. Oh, he did have a little pet cockroach. Remember that? He had a little pet, little cockroach. Remember that? Yeah, he was the only thing that survived that nuclear holocaust like they're supposed to, and he had a pet. Yeah. So he made friends with an insect. That's an INFJ trait. I'm going to tell you that, and I'm going to tell you that from personal experience. That anybody that has compassion for it has will use their FE into everything, even small little insects. If they could make a connection with a spider, oh, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's a good possibility. Now they try to make friends with yeah, yeah, something like that. I can only say that from my own experience. That's how deep it goes. So if he was making friends with cockroaches, it's a good chance he was. Yeah, I'll give you that much. Very curious and goofy. Oh yeah, he kept wanting to connect and offer little gifts. Oh, is that what it was? It was something like that. He was trying to connect somehow, wasn't he? Is that what it was? Yeah, that was his whole idea. He was like a robot that didn't just have artificial intelligence that left it at that. He had compassion, didn't he? He had something deeper than what robots classically don't have. Maybe you're onto something. He had that whole internal thing going on there. He wanted a connection. And it's a good possibility now that you explain that thing. Very curious. Oh, yeah, I already read that. So he wanted to make connections and offer little gifts. Yeah. See, I kind of remember that now. I really do. I do kind of. That does sound like I do remember that. That's good. Um, yeah, no, there's a few more out there. There's definitely some INFJ characters that have been out there in the movie world. Now, how about this one? Here, you may agree or disagree with this one. How about Michael Corleone from The Godfather? I'm talking Michael. Okay, now we know Al Pacino himself. I found this to be a bit surprising. I said, okay, I didn't know that, but Al Pacino himself is an INFJ. His as an actor, okay, he's been noted as that, and a lot of times his characters come out, his personality comes out in his acting. He remains true to his form. Okay, even in A Scent of a Woman, where he was that eccentric kind of blind guy that he knew what she smelled like. Remember, a little bit odd, little peculiar. I mean, whether or not you could say that he was INFJ, he was definitely like a little bit odd for the character. But Michael Corleone, if you remember his disposition, now yes, he was a mobster, but early on in that movie, he didn't want any part of that business. He was trying to make another life. He knew what was going on. He knew what his father was. He knew his brothers were geared for, especially the James Caan guy, Sonny. But early on, he didn't want that. Okay, but things changed in his life. I know he had to do something. He went to Sicily, but remember, if you remember right too, he had the intuition because remember the guy like he was in Sicily and his wife was going into the car and she was getting ready to start it, but he saw the guy running off and he looked nervous. He was running away from the car, but instantly his intuition told him, what was going on. He tried to stop her. He tried to say, no, 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 stop that. But it was too late. She started the car, it exploded, and it killed his wife. Okay. But he changed. He definitely changed. I know you could tell he went into his shadow, into his dark side a little bit too. Now, was he a dark INFJ? I would have to say yes. He went into his dark side in that. But of eventually wanting nothing to do with it, wanting to distance himself, he became part of it. And again, he had a very, very cold side about him too. You could see that cold side of him coming out, especially when he was ordering hits on his own family, his brothers and his cousins. And so I don't know, maybe Michael Corleone, I'd have to say, is a good possibility as an INFJ, and I could see that happening. I had a dark INFJ time once. Okay, Hidden Harp. Hey, Hidden Harp. Oh, it's good to say. I've been waiting to see if Harp would come on in, and some others come on in. It's good to see you there. Hello. Did he come? Didn't he go? Didn't he do a role as the devil? LOL. You talking about Al Pacino as the devil? Maybe chat. Can you help? Can you help us in on that? I don't remember one in particular. I know he did a couple of roles out there. He might have. He might have. I can't remember one in particular. But I mean, I would have to say that when I look at his character, though, now, after knowing what I know now about a personality type, I'd have to say Michael Corleone was definitely, I think, my INFJ. But again, on the darker end of that, you know, because he had that stoic way about him. He had that coldness and that mysteriousness about him sometimes too, especially later on in that movie. In the second half, the second parts, you could see that coming out in him, you know. And in another one, now listen, here's one for you too. Remember him as Scarface? What was it, Tony Montana? You know, say hello to my little friend, that guy. Now you want to talk about a dark figure. Now Al Pacino, yes, as we know, he's already one as a character, as an actor. He is one. Now, what got me was the fact that as crazy as Tony Montana was, and you know he was ruthless, and he was a drug dealer, and he was stone cold. All right, but there was one moment in that movie that told me that the guy had compassion, deep compassion, that cost him his life. If you remember that part of the, remember they were following somebody. There was somebody they were trying to assassinate, and they were planting a bomb or something in his car, and it was some big wig guy that was coming in from like another country, and they were following him. Now he was driving a car, and there was a guy in the driver's seat, passenger seat, that was trying to steer a bomb or something. But right away, he saw his kids. You know, the guy they were going to kill. Up ahead of them, there were kids in the back seat. And right away, once he saw his children, he said, "No, no, we can't do this. No, I am not going to have you kill him in front of his kids." Now, he was still crazy, Tony Montana. "No, you will not kill the guy." He was totally against that. In fact, the other guy had he could tell he didn't care anyway. He was going to do it. Remember, he killed the guy right in the seat. He just, took him right out. Now, that guy got away. Because he had compassion, he thought of somebody else's life. He didn't want his kids to have to see their father murdered in front of them. So he had that compassion. So Tony Montana showed that in him. That was the F side, very strong version of that. Now, eventually, because that guy lived, eventually that's when they came looking for him in his house, and they ended up killing him because of it. Okay. So that cost him his life ultimately because he did not want to. But the thing was that was in him. He didn't want to do that. So I think Tony Montana, again, another Al Pacino character. He was an INFJ. Again, see, it's hard to see because Al Pacino plays these ruthless gangster types, these types, but there's always a glimmer of compassion in there. There's certain things there's a moral compass and a moral set of conduct he will not cross. You see what I mean? Which differentiates him. He's not that ruthless. Yeah. Hidden. So Devil's Advocate. Oh, is that what it is? So Charlie girl, you get that as Devil's Advocate? That was an Al Pacino movie where he was the devil then, huh? Okay. I don't think I've seen that one. I got to be honest with you. I didn't see that one. I had a dark INFJ time once. You're going to tell us about that dark INFJ time of yours, Harp, if you want to tell us about that. Yes. Personality pill. Hey, Hidden Harp. Hey, Jethro's in the house. How are you, Jethro? That's good to see. Some people are coming on in here. Yes. Yes. Okay. Did he do a role as the devil? That's right. Somebody was asking that question. I'm checking out some of your let's see some of your okay, want a connection. Yeah, we're having a discussion about talking about INFJs and like movies and TV shows, basically. And listen, I think we've all seen them. There's even this occasionally you find the INFJ personality, even in let's say like literature, like books and things. There's plenty of stuff out there where you can always identify that character as being that one. Okay, definitely out there, no doubt. Okay. Hidden. Have you seen the Hellraisers movie? Oh, you're talking about the Hellraiser movies. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, yeah, that's some interesting ones right there. So we covered a few of them. Now, I'm sure there's plenty more of them out there. So hey, there was a hey. Here's one. Here's another one that comes to mind too. Remember that movie, The Beautiful Mind? Was that the one with Russell Crowe? There was one that was said Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey was in it, and he was like he was an odd guy. It was either Beautiful Mind or maybe it was Beautiful Mind. There was a Jim Carrey movie, but he seemed to very smart guy, but he had drawbacks. He had some strange Truman Show. I wasn't actually listen. That's a good one. That's a good one to come out there. El Vagabond. That definitely is Jim Carrey. Um, you think maybe Truman could have been INFJ? I mean, I wasn't thinking of that one in particular. There was another one called I think it was Beautiful Mind. There's another one he was in where it was about his, you know, he was in like a relationship, and I only seen it once many years ago, but I can't remember a lot about it. But now that I think back, he just seemed like he wasn't a conventional type. He seemed kind of a little bit off. I mean, I don't mean off as in a bad way, but like not quite. Eternal Shunts. Listen, El Vagabond, thank you. That's the movie I'm talking about. I never would have come up with that. Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. There you go. That's the movie. That Jim Carrey guy was an INFJ. Um, I don't. They never said that, but you look at his character, and he was very much so that way. Yeah, he had all the traits, all of them. Okay, and there you go. That's the one right there. And I don't know who wrote it or whatnot, what they were basing it on, but there's this character for you right there. Again, these things came back to me years later. Like it's almost like once they started discovering what like MBTI type was, I'd start looking back into my like history, and then I was able to start see them in like literature and movies. I've picked a few out and said, hey, these guys are INFJs. These types, yes, definitely Jim Carrey. I don't know if he is in particular. I mean, not his actor. I don't know what he is in real life, but I know some of the. I know in that character, he definitely played that. Was that Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? That character was. If you look at that, he had all of them. Yes, most definitely, Jim Carrey, Charlie Girl got that in there. So that's just to name a few. I'm sure there are plenty more out there. There's many examples of what we see INFJs out there for occasionally. And usually they're very interesting characters, though. Usually they put them out there because they're interesting to introduce because they're so unpredictable. They're mysterious. You really can't figure them out. And typically you think you always have the different perspective of who they are. Like I said, Marley, like old man Marley from Home Alone. You thought he was the bad guy. You thought he was the villain, and occasionally he would stare at. Remember the time he had the boots and he was in the store and he put his hand down and he had like a bandage around his hand and he just turned around and he stared at Kevin. He just gave him them staring eyes and he looked at him and then Kevin's like, ah, and he ran out of the store and he stole the toothpaste. Remember, he ran out with the toothpaste and they went out. That was that whole toothpaste moment. It's because Marley scared the heck out of him. He with those staring eyes. Remember, but at that point there, you didn't know Marley. You had no idea who Marley was. We thought old man Marley was what his brother told him, right? And then later on, he's like, he talks to him in the church. Remember that? And he was sweet as pie. He's like, hey, that's my daughter up there. That's my granddaughter. Sleeps. And then they were talking in church. Remember, old man Marley, and he realized, hey, this guy is actually he's a good guy. He's actually a very very good guy. So he threw you off in the movie. You thought this guy was as intimidating and mean. Turns out he saved his life. He beat the bad guys up in the end and saved his life. Classic INFJ. Okay, we went back to that one. I talked about that. He's supposed to represent Christ in that role. Now, who was that? Are you talking about the Jim Carrey guy, El Vagabond from Spotless Mind? He represent Christ. Is that what you mean by that? I'm not sure what movie we're talking about. I'll bail perhaps another day, but lost the words I've had to say. Oh, what's that? I'll bail perhaps another day. I've lost the words I had to say. Always words of inspiration by Ray. Oh yes, always Ray. I like that, Ray. Very poetic guy there. Very poetic. Yeah. Old man Marley in Home Alone. Oh, okay. You think he represented the Christ figure in Home Alone? Is that right? I don't. I mean, he definitely okay because of the fact that it was Christmas, it was Home Alone, and I don't know if I've ever thought of it that way. Yes. Did anybody else think he represented the Christ figure in Home? I never thought of it that way. Never looked that deep into it. But he definitely represented. He represented something within Kevin, like. I mean, if you want to think of like in the child of Kevin's eyes, because it was all about how Kevin was left home alone. He was this scared kid that, at first he was scared of remember, he was scared of the furnace. The furnace would scare him. He had nightmares about the thing eating him. Remember, it would come out of there and it was going to chew him up and he would run out of the cellar. Remember that? And he had to get his fear up. So he had to spend a little bit of time alone, if you remember right. And then he started getting more confident and he started getting more, independent. He had to learn independence. He started going to the store for himself, cooking his own dinners. And it actually did him some good in the long run. Yeah, his mother was worried sick about him. Remember that? She tried to get home, But yeah, you're right. So he had to learn how to live all by himself all over again. But it grew him up. It grew him up. And I think old man Marley, so he represented the Christ figure. I mean, he represented somebody that was that was definitely somebody who was misunderstood. I mean, Buzz, his brother, had to put that idea into his head early on that Marley was a crazy. He got away with killing his family, kind of thing, unaliving his family, I should say, and he believed it. Remember that? So he thought, so he had. But it turns out it was just there was some argument he had with his son, and his son never wanted to talk to him again, and he had to reconsider with his family, right? Misunderstood at first, grows to know Kevin, wounded hand at the store, and saves him in the end. Oh, wounded hand in the store. And he did. Remember that that's what I said. He put it on the counter. I do remember. And he stared at Kevin, but he gave him those menacing, intimidating eyes. And they was scary. The dude was frightening. There's no doubt about it. He had a frightening character about him. And he was completely misunderstood. Absolutely misunderstood. So, no doubt. Truth is scary. Yes, it is. Absolutely. But I never look at it that deep, though. Represented the Christ figure in the movie. That's deep thinking there. It really is. So, definitely. I see that now. So that's just to name a few INFJs in movies. Hey, what about the guy? How about this one for you? Now that we're on the subject, how about Lethal Weapon? Now, listen, I'm kind of stereotyping. I know that Mel Gibson, as you know, he's INFJ, And I never would have thought so, but I guess he is because he's. I guess he's. It's well known. But his that Lethal Weapon was like there was a set of four movies in the '80s when he was doing all those movies with Danny Glover and his character too. He had a little bit of even he was pretty much playing himself in that movie in some ways. He was a cop, but he was a kind of a little bit of a disturbed cop. He had issues going on. He definitely had issues with his mind, you know. And he was doing like funny little things, peculiar things every so often, you know. And when he was agitated or when he was nervous, things would come out of him, you know. And so I could picture like INFJs doing things like that because you know the chameleon comes out. Sometimes I think now the old chameleon in us may come out in several different ways. You know, the chameleon, as we're known to have, will we start kind of mimicking or emulating people around us in order to to kind of blend in, feel as though we're part of the group, or maybe even just people making people feel like they're more accepted to them, right? You know, the chameleon, right? But my point is that sometimes on occasions, INFJs, when INFJs are feeling, let's say, frustrated, not frustrated, but like anxiety, you're in a situation too where you feel anxiety and you don't know anything, you don't know anybody around you. You're kind of like, you're a little bit antsy about the crowd. You may, like, in a sense of anxiety, start performing as a way of covering up your anxiety. You know, you might start talking more, start getting a little more, um, look way more extroverted, way more out of your character. Okay, than you typically are because of the anxiety that you're having. You have really, you almost feel like you're backed in a corner some ways. We're having to. I mean, I've had this happen to me a couple of times where I started acting definitely like not myself because I was trying to fit in, but it was more triggered by anxiety. But I guess my point is that Mel Gibson was doing that in that movie. Mel Gibson is very much like that. Like you could tell that a lot of times when things start happening, he got out of like he got into his anxiety, and then he would start acting out like that. Just things would start like characters would start coming out of him. You know, Um, remember the time where he started acting like Curly from the Three Stooges? And that was part of the movie. I know it looked a little strange, like this cop was doing that. Like he'd go to the bad guy, he did the thing with his face, and then he poked the guy in the eyes, and he did the whoop 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 thing like Curly, right? And then he like, he. But I think that it almost like it came out of like I said, like anxiety for him. Like he morphed into Curly, like chameleon in a sense. So I don't know. Truth, Jethro, not no, I don't think I will watch them. Oh, okay. Still talking about the Hellraiser movies, then, huh? Okay, don't think you're watching that one. Okay. So anyway, that's pretty much. I would say that that's a lot of like this. I'm sure we could come up with many more characters out there that are. Funny how we get into that whole discussion. Um, Sometimes I wonder too. There's a couple, like I said, I think about a couple of like singers out there that might be INFJ, that might be, but you're not sure, and they don't like have a like a clear code on them. Like, but there's a couple of them like that. I can't sit through a movie to save my life. I'm basically allergic to TV unless I'm playing video games. Oh, okay. Hidden's not really into watching movies too much anymore, huh? Or never was. Okay, that's fine. All right. Um, hey, nothing wrong with that. I've become a YouTube guy myself. I don't even watch TV anymore. Mainstream TV media, sitting down watching movies. I haven't watched them in many years, but I do watch YouTube, and sometimes I put YouTube on in the background, and things are being said, and I just listen to YouTube too. So, Tom, I am an INFJ singer. I unload some cover songs. Oh, hey, wait, Hidden, do you have a channel? I didn't know you had a channel, Hidden Harp. So you are a singer then, huh? Hey, well, we're gonna have to check that out. Now, is it what is your channel? Is it called Hidden Harp? Is it part of your address right here? They're really short, and my full songs are hidden. Oh, is that what hidden means? Hidden harp, harps. I'm trying to figure out what that is. Well, that's good to know. So you do cover songs. So you just do cover songs, like things like that. All right, just click on me and hidden harp on the channel. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, you know what? I'm glad you told me that, Harp. I never even looked into that. I'm glad you would mention that. Now, listen, I'm not the only one you told. I mean, you told whoever's watching this chat as well. Well, there you go, people. Hidden Harp has a channel he'd like us to check out, and so you do cover songs, huh? You're a singer then, huh? I didn't know that. You a good singer? What kind of songs do you typically write? I'm going to click on here. Let's see. Where are you? Okay, I'm just getting like channel activity. Go to channel. Oh, there he is. Hey, Hidden Harp's got a channel. There he is. Hey, Hidden. How come I didn't know you had a channel like that? I guess I never asked. I never looked into this. Hey, he's got 8 videos. You got 950 subs. Not bad. Gosh, Hidden Harp's got a. Okay, I'm looking at your channel right now. Just getting an idea of it. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm doing this live here. I can't really listen to anything too much right here, but I'm looking at your channel on my feed here. Hey, that's impressive, I must say, Hidden Harp. I never would have guessed that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to. A couple of them look like they're animated. They get the animated thumbnails on there. So, oh wait, YouTube Studio wants to. Oh no, I don't want to do that yet. Okay. All right. Well, that's. We're gonna have to. Well, I'm glad you told us that, then, Harp. Well, there you go. He's got his own channel out there. So I forgot all the types of voice registered, but my tone and voice are similar to people like Prince and Michael Jackson. Oh, no kidding, huh? Okay. All right. So well, that's good to know. Then he's got his own channel. I just clicked onto it. Click onto his icon, and his channel will come up. You can just check out his channel. He's out there. I like higher ranges. Oh, your octave is more in the higher range. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I typically when I sing, I got more of a baritone. I mean, I wouldn't say I got a bass voice, but I'd have to say I'm more of a baritone voice, which is like just a little bit above the bass. But I can occasionally, I can stretch myself into like the other octaves occasionally, but I can't sustain them well, and I risk cracking though. Occasionally, like my voice, if I go out of octave too much, then you start risking. Yeah, it's like you're out of your element in a way, and unless you're really trained at it and really like rehearsed at it, and you've trained your voice, yeah, I think that's the only way to remedy that is because you have to be practice all the time. Because if you go out of range and out of octave, yeah, you'll crack a bunch because you gotta build those vocal muscles up just as you have to build up anything. So, but I mean, I could do it a little bit, but I'm not a singer. I mean, I suppose I could have been. I just didn't want to be. Uh, that's all. So, well, that's good to know. Um, so, but what do we got? We have 7 watching now. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. Well, if anybody's new out there, anybody new to the channel, and is there anybody out there, or is it just everybody that has been here before? But either way, if you are new to the channel, feel free to say hello and let us know who we are. Okay. All right. I like the higher ranges. Okay. Well, that's awesome. Um, yeah. So nothing out of the ordinary happened too much to this week for me. I've been just doing my job, trying to survive. But of course, like I said, I always sometimes think I'm not doing enough. I always tell myself I could always be doing more than I always do. I don't know if that's if it's part of our character or if deep down we just know that we lack somewhere. I mean, do we always feel like that? Like we're just always lacking? My mom used to tell me that. Well, that's one thing I still remember. My mom used to tell me I was always lacking something. She told me that so many times when I was a kid. She used to tell me I was lacking something. I never quite could figure out what it was. It always had something to do with just some kind of common sense and the way typical people react to each other and have courtesy for each other. I seem to lack something. I could never figure out what it was. I recently spooked some of my family members because I'm also able to sing rock, metal songs, and use fry voice. Oh, okay. So it sounds like Hidden Hop's able to throw his voice quite a bit. I didn't know that. Had no idea. Hidden Hop, yeah, he's got quite a channel going out there. We'll have to check that out. Excuse me, people. Look how dark it's getting outside out there, huh? That's good though. Um, yeah, but as far as things are going, though, people, I'm glad everybody's here. Glad that we are here. Um, Now, sometimes like I said, sometimes I think as INFJs, we tend to. I know we overthink. We're definitely overthinkers, over planners sometimes, and occasionally, I'm going to tell you right now. Sometimes I think over planning and over being something. It sometimes you think, how could you never be over prepared, overly, re, you know. I think sometimes it does affect us. Occasionally, though, occasionally it's gonna come back, and it typically might, because we so over plan. If we do it too much, occasionally I think it could lead us to just being burned out in a sense. Honey Rose, hey, we got Honey Rose that just came on in the house. Hello there, Honey Rose. It is good to see you as well. Good to see you coming in the house. Awesome. Um, But as far as that goes, as far as the mind goes, see, I'm always constantly trying to like study myself in a way, try to figure myself out. I always try to look at my own thought process, my own mind, the way I think of things, and try to come up with different conclusions. And sometimes the more I plan for something, the more I try to put something in order. Sometimes I talk myself into and get being way bigger than it really has to be. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I think the fact is that we tend to be overthinkers, and we end up planning something, and we want to plan every little last thing, every period on every dot on every I, every cross T, everything. Now, one of the dangers of doing that, and maybe this is what I'm going to talk about. One of the dangers of doing that is that being that we're over planners and planning too much overcomplicates things. And now, listen, that's part of who we are. We will overcomplicate our mind, and typically, sometimes when you overthink and overprocess, overdo something, you can talk yourself out of things. You can actually say, that's too much, too difficult, too much time, too much effort. Screw that. When in reality, you just put all these ideas in your head. Okay. Sometimes I think this is one of those things we have to be aware of. Okay, is doing that, is that we can't talk ourselves out of our own success because we think it's too hard to do. Okay. Now, the only reason I say that is because I've done that several times in the course of my life. I've done those very things, and but it's hard to reel things in. I mean, you don't tell yourself, okay, I can't think that far ahead. But if you get a task, I mean, I think the thing is, how do you do a task? Like with me, I got to tell you right now, I mean, I see the success of the channel coming in. I mean, I've gotten certain thresholds, but there's certain things I got to start doing on the channel. Like I got to go in and start cleaning up the channel, go onto the page. And of course, I got to start doing things like organizing things. Now I got these. I can actually start putting products on my feeds. Like I can start advertising little products, and I could try to get commission for things if people click and buy things on the channel. But I haven't got around to that yet. but I think I should. But then I start doing it, and then I say, I'll do it another time. I'll do it in another couple hours. So I don't have time for that. I'm always procrastinating things. I don't know what it is. It's like I talk myself into thinking how much I got to do, but I guess I have to follow my own advice and say I got to do one thing at a time. Okay, today I'll do this. Today I'll do that. Today I need to do that. Just do little things here and there, and not try to think of them all in that all at the same time, because that's sometimes what defeats us. At least with me, this is how it happens with me. I don't know if anybody else can understand what I'm talking about. Is the defeated planning because of the over planning. All right. Uh, Honey Rose, I would say, does my thinking intimidate you or confuse you? Maybe to be frightened and baffled over there. What are you talking about, Honey Rose? Does my thinking intimidate you or confuse you? Question mark. Maybe to be frightened and baffled over there. I tell my friends, baby steps. Yeah, see, that's what I got to do. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I was just coming back to reeling back to saying that that's exactly what it is. We have to take things in small steps at a time. You can't look at the whole picture. We tend to look at the whole picture, don't we? At least I do this. You plan something out. You look at that whole thing you got to do instead of just starting over here in the corner and getting that part finished and then span out. I look at the whole thing, and then it starts overwhelming me, and then I don't want to do it. And maybe that's what we all do. I think I know I've heard this said before. I think this is a tendency about the overthinking in us, and this is one of those things that we as INFJs have to be in control of and actually be aware of that we do these things. Okay, Billy the Goat, yes and no. If I'm dead set on something, then sheer stubbornness gets the better of me. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yes and no. Sheer stubbornness that gets the better of you. That's kind of like, yeah, see, you know what I'm talking about then, right? Right. There you go. So sometimes I tell those people they can kiss it. Great minds. Honey Rose was going to say that, LOL. I don't think enough, Billy. Many times I've had people say, you think too much. This always baffles me. Baffled me. Okay, I get it. All right. Yeah. Okay. I constantly encourage this problem when fixing up the car. Oh, okay. Billy the Goat encountered this problem when fixing up the car. Yeah. So you do your own car repairs. That's good. I try to do some of the basic car repairs on my own car. I mean, I'll change my oil. I'll do my own air filters, oil filters, cabin filters. I do all the basic stuff. In fact, sometimes I'll do my own tires. Yeah, go figure. I was a tire man for almost 40 years. I think I know how to, change a few tires here and there. So I'll try to keep my own tires going all right, like rotate them and things, you know. But one thing leads to another. Oh yeah, I get that. I get that because that's the perfectionism is what you're talking about now, Billy Goat. That one thing leads to another because now all of a sudden you fix something, and now that other thing that's connected to the thing you just fixed, now that's still old and it hasn't been serviced or it hasn't been replaced in that engine. And like you said, well, maybe now I need that, you know, because it's like you said, one thing leads to another. I can definitely see that over the course of my life. I've done little things like that where you start doing a couple of things, and then you want to keep going more and more. Yeah, the perfectionist because you want everything to be just right, right? But again, like I said, sometimes that we can talk ourselves out of that. We overwhelm ourselves so many times. I guess we have to. That's another one of those things we have to reel ourselves back in and just take it one step at a time and try to make sure that this is who we are. We will overwhelm ourselves. We will start painting ourselves in the corners and start convincing ourselves things are more difficult than they really are. And we have to reel it back. and just take one step at a time. That's exactly right. I want to thank you for helping me figure that one out a little bit. Yes, the perfectionism, one thing leads to another. And before you know it, half the engine is out. Really? Are you one of those half the engine's out? Well, I would hope at least, hopefully, at least you get all the funds to do it. Hey, listen, if as long as you got all the funds and the money to do this kind of thing, and you're able to do it responsibly, and this is your passion, if you really like doing that, that's fine. I mean, but not to be compulsive about it. I mean, if these parts are perfectly good and there's parts of your engine that are just fine, that's great. But I do know, I'm not sure if you're like one of these car guys, and you get some of these guys that restore their old, their old muscle cars, which is beautiful. I think that's a great hobby. I mean, I kind of wish I could. I mean, I wouldn't mind having an old like GTO or an old Mustang, one of those old muscle cars, the late 60s. Now these guys get so obsessed though. They pour thousands of dollars into things. They get everything just right, and they keep going up with chrome. Like then they start putting chrome, let's say, manifolds on, and that's not enough. Then they need chrome bumpers, so they need everything has to be chromed out. Like then they keep going further and further on their car. I know that can be obsessive with some of these car collectors, and then they start replacing everything in that whole car. So the only thing original is basically the frame, the chassis, some of the doors, and maybe the original engine block, and everything else has been changed out, right? So, yep, got a painted heat shield again, and for stupid reasons, a painted heat shield. Oh, I see. No, the heat shield. Is that what you did? Now, painted heat shield, aren't they? I'm trying to figure out why you want to paint that heat shield. I mean, you're really not seeing it. It doesn't add. Now, typically the heat shield. Are you talking about the one that's alongside the manifold, and it's probably doesn't heat up it's a shield between the manifold and, let's say, some of maybe the pipes or something, maybe the radiator hoses that you have on the other side, so they don't get to the brunt of that and melt. I think that's usually what it is. Now, does that paint? Is it something that helps to retard the heat from melting things? Maybe that I can see that being that point. But your point is that it's something that you probably didn't need to do, but you just did because you couldn't stop yourself. You just kept going. You wanted that perfect car, right? I get that. Heat shield for the exhaust pipes. Often they corrode and rattle. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, but those heat shields are for like yeah, they keep yeah, they just keep the heat from heating up either the floorboards and some of the keep it away from heating up, like, let's say, the brake lines and other things that might be, maybe some electrical wires that are running under you can't keep things heating up too much. So that's what I'm getting. But you needed those painted. Okay. I've changed my exhaust. So whilst I fixed a rattle and decided to paint it again. Oh, hey, so Billy the goat, man. Sounds like you're into your car. Now, just curious, it sounds to me like you have like a classic old car. What do you got for a car? What are you fixing up? Just curious. Sounds like you got an old car. Guess what color I painted it? Let me see. Let me ask the Rolling Stones. I see a red door and I want it painted black. How about black? You painted it black, like that song "Paint It Black." How's that, huh? Oh, red. I guess I was wrong. Well, red, black. Okay. All right, you painted it red. Oh, Honey Rose, you're guessing red. Oh, you got a 2007 Civic. You got a Honda Civic. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I'm thinking the way you're taking care of your cars, I'm thinking you got one of those classic muscle cars, like a 70s, Barracuda or something, That's what I'm thinking of. Black would be sensible. I painted it white. Oh, so there you go. All right. It's not really showing. It's more like you painted it, black. Okay. Got to run to the grocery store. I'm low on avocados. Oh, George. Okay, avocados. That's very important. To run to the store, get them avocados, man. There you go. RFFO. Oh, hey, George. See you soon. Okay, hopefully, George, you come back maybe a little bit. Unless, that's fine. Don't forget toothpaste. Oh, yeah, don't forget toothpaste as well. Okay. Oh, yeah, one thing. Yeah, I guess those old Honda Civics. I swear, people swear by those old Honda Civics, especially those ones. I even think now. I think now they're known as being like some of the most dependable cars. They're fairly inexpensive. They're thrown together very well. I've never had one myself, but I swear I've heard people that have had those, and they're very reliable cars. There's no doubt. So, but usually, typically, those kind of cars aren't the ones that you put a lot of like, if you want it functioning well. But those aren't like the classic muscle car thing. Those aren't like those kind of cars. I thought the way you were talking about it, you had like a 70 Barracuda or something like that. Remember those old cars, the Cudas with they had the 8-cylinder, V8s and everything, and they always had these, you know. You could tell like how many cubic inch engine there were. Yeah, those old ones. But I had a previous Civic for 17 years. This one I've had 7 so far. Okay, so it's almost a 20-year-old car, and these things are still going. 20 years later, these things keep going though. That's what I'm talking about. I heard they're like they got a certain following. I mean, they're just one of the most dependable modern cars that you can get. The old Honda Civics. Um, I mean, I know. I mean, back in the '80s, a Toyota was like a Camry. They used to say the Toyota Camrys were like that now. They were the most dependable car you could have got. I know things have changed now. I know this Honda Civics. So, all right. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. But the bottom line is you keep going further and further. You get one thing done. You check this. You got this fixed. Now you got to go. Got something else to do. Yeah, I can understand that. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the weather is in your part of the world, there, people. I'm up here in the northeast part of the United States, and I tell you, it's 70 something degrees, even though the sun went down. So I'm right into the heat of. We're starting to get right into summertime up here now. And it's been quite warm up here. So, but I guess that's part of the territory, right? Part of the whole thing of getting into summertime, right? Just curious. All right. So it's good to hear. It's good to hear that. Anyway, it's good to hear that we're all pretty much the same way about our compulsive behavior. But I guess that was part of what I was trying to say is especially is that as INFJs, there's certain things we have to make very strong mental focuses for. All right, and that's one of them. Is to reel things back a little bit. Sometimes we have to put the brakes on. No pun intended. Talking about cars, we got to put the brakes on our own selves sometimes, because yeah, we have a tendency to want to keep going. All right, or we'll talk ourselves into these big giant plans, like I said before, that just seem to be more complicated and more entailed than we have to have them be. We always overcomplicate things, and then we decide it's too much. So I guess my point is, people, we got to be aware of this. This is one thing that's good to know. Know this a little bit about your tendencies, about your personality type, is that if you have these tendencies to do these things in your life, then you can, and being aware of some of your drawbacks, just knowing that you have certain idiosyncrasies. Well, maybe that's not the right word. Certain quirks, peculiarities about who you are and the way you operate. Okay, it's always just good to know that we have to put mental roadblocks in our own mind, in our own from our own selves. We have to literally sometimes protect ourselves from our own selves. I mean, not literally, not like we got to protect ourselves, but for what I'm talking about. All this overthinking and overanalyzing and over perfectionism. All these tendencies that we have is our own mind and our own thinking. So then you have to have another function that has to keep an eye on that and keep that in check. It has to keep it and say, no, all right, you're overdoing this, you're overthinking it, overanalyzing. Don't do that. Okay? Keep it basic. All right. So in a sense, it's like we got to do that. We have to protect our own selves from ourselves, so we don't over overcomplicate things. It's a very complex mind we have, and that's some of the proof as to why it is as complex as it is. Now, not to say other people don't have to train their mind that way. I mean, I can't speak for all the other types, but I do know our type, and these are some of the things we have to make sure that we keep an eye on in our minds. Okay, imagine that. Yeah, you got to protect yourself from yourself. Now, is that a paradox? It kind of is in a sense, isn't it? But that's what we got to do, don't we? We overthink about our overthinking, like we're doing right now. Yes, yeah, that's a good point. Overthinking about it. Yes, that's what we're doing. I had my previous. Oh yeah. Well, I guess that was the point I'm trying to make. Is that sometimes, like I said, we got to reel ourselves in and be our own parent in a way. I guess that all stems back to that whole thing that we're in charge of ourselves ultimately, and but there's but that mind of ours, that intuition, that whole perfectionism, that whole overthinking, that we have a whole like a neuron processor in our brain that never stops, and it's got a mind of its own. No pun intended. Again, no pun intended. It's got a mind of its own. But then there's got to be that balance that we are aware of. First of all, being aware that you are this way. Okay, this is the first thing. A part of anything is that we have to have awareness into who we are. No matter what you are, no matter what your drawback is, what it is that you have to be aware of a tendency that you have. But you have to recognize it within yourself to know that it is also it's not quite it's not quite right. It's not quite appropriate or functioning for you. It has its drawbacks. It holds you back. You see, it is up to us to remember, is to recognize these things first. Just to know, okay, I over perfect things. I overdo things. I talk myself on. You see, this is part of your whole understanding yourself. Is you first of all, you have to admit that you're going there down these roads. Okay, I think any good therapist would tell you that that's the first thing when they go to AA, these Alcoholics Anonymous. When you go and get yourself into these, the first thing you have to do is what? Your very first thing is admit you are an alcoholic. You have to actually come to grips with the fact, because how many times do that's the first thing. Nobody wants to admit their drawback. So many times people want to say no, they don't have a problem. They don't, they only drink a little bit. See, kind of like with the alcoholic. First thing you have to do is admit that that's what you are. Acknowledgement. That's the same thing with. I'm not saying that. I'm not comparing that to like an alcohol addiction, but in a sense, some of the thinking that we go through in our mind, and the way our mind goes is INFJs, and as deep and as the way it churns, the way it is, it can it can be that way. Okay, can it be debilitating? I mean, I suppose if you let yourself get out of control, it can be. Now, maybe we've gone down those roads before, but the bottom line is, yeah, that's all part of what we got to do. We have to just be aware and know that we have to admit that we have tendencies to certain things in our life, and these are some of the ones we just have to just be aware of. Now, this whole week, I'm telling you, I'm actually seeing this in myself. All right, especially because I see a lot of things. Like I said, I've got to do. I got a lot of things going on that I'm thinking of. Some of them in regard to this channel, and the things I got to go in. But other things too. But I've overthought myself into like almost paralysis in a sense, because you realize how tough it is. I overplan things. I says, yeah, you know what? This is something you got to be aware of. That's all. Uh, let's say Billy the Goat. Oh, I just jumped right to the blunt. I'm a I'm a B. Okay. Oh, that's Honey Rose. I say we, so I don't feel so guilty on my own. LOL. Then sometimes we get burnt out and become super blunt and sometimes harsh. Yeah. Oh, you mean blunt, like just saying it the way it is, where you just don't have any filter? Oh, now sometimes I wonder though, is that part of our burnout when we get because sometimes I find myself doing that where I just start saying things to people. I get real short tempered, real short fused, and I'll just blurt things out really blunt like that too, if that's what you're talking about. um, yeah, it's almost like and here's the thing with me: after I say something like that, even if it was truthful, I always regret it. I always feel bad for doing it. A few minutes later, I'll think about what I said and think, I wish I didn't say that. There's so many times, especially when I look like I am. I kind of, even if I kind of upset somebody, if I knew that I got under the skin, and that at that moment I'm good doing it. Like they need to hear this. They deserve it. They need to know this. And then a few minutes later, I'm like, I wish I didn't do that. You know, like why did I do that? Man, I sound like a jerk. And I started telling myself that. So always regret that stuff. A lot of people don't get subtle or hints. That's right. Some people don't get subtle hints. Sometimes you got to be blunt with it. That's right. Yeah, some people recognize it. Some people you got to spell it all out there, don't you? Absolutely. Um, there are most profound moments, Honey Rose. Oh, so you're getting blunt. I say yeah. I say we, so I don't feel guilty on my own. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah. You got to say we. Yeah, almost like when you say we and not I. I get that. Yeah. So when you link somebody else into your madness, you don't feel so mad because somebody else is kind of mad along with you. Kind of one of those weird little things we kind of trick ourselves into by just saying we instead of I. Like you had some kind of reinforcement knowing somebody else was part of it. So you're not so bad. Yeah, I get that. That's a way of tricking ourselves into thinking we're doing all right by the we. Nice to know I'm not the only jerk around here. LOL. Billy the Goat. Oh, you think you're a jerk sometimes? Well, that's good to know that sometimes, listen, I try not to be, but I know, I think we all have tendencies to be that way. So the jerk thing then, huh? I mean that in the nicest way possible. Okay, LOL. Oh, meaning not like, oh, what are you calling us all jerks? I know what you mean by that. All right, that's funny. We're all mad here. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Uh, yeah. Well, but like I said, I mean, these just those are those little subtle things we just have to know about ourselves, though, don't we? But yeah, But I mean, we usually when it bothers you after the fact, and I go through this a lot. So many times I feel like a badass because I said something like, "Oh, I just made a comment," and they needed to hear that, even though maybe they did. Sometimes people that deserve to be said something, even sometimes I'm like, "Yeah, but it wasn't my place to do that, was it?" Then I start overthinking, saying, "Yeah, but maybe somebody else should have said that, not me." But I did say it. You know, I don't know. So again, see, just we got a lot of those contradictory thoughts going on at all times. That's all. What is that little symbol you got there, Honey Rose? You got like, oh yeah, I see like that little symbol you got. How do you do that with your keyboard? You got a way of doing that? You put the what is that symbol? LOL. I've seen somebody do that before. Maybe that was you, Honey Rose. What is that symbol? It's like a looks almost Oriental or something. Looks like Chinese writing almost with the A in there. I didn't know if that had. I don't know what that means. I got to tell you the truth, but maybe it's got some in meaning or something. So I mean, I'm like I said, I'm like, how do you do that? There must be a whole keyboard selection you got. Maybe it's a little app you got. I don't know what it is. I'm almost ready to close my blinds here, people. Look how dark it got out there. It is pitch black outside. Uh, roll on floor laughing. What symbol? Oh, you're rolling on the floor laughing? Really? No, your comment just before you that one you just wrote. And I'm looking at the chat, and it's like a letter. It's not even a letter. It's got like a line, like a little X under it, and an A, and it says LOL next to it, like you were laughing out loud. And it's that's all. I'm trying to figure out what that is. How you even could have created that on your keyboard is what I'm asking. So, I mean, it's on your thing. That's all. I wasn't sure. I mean, I'm gonna click right on there. Uh, I just put the LOL. Oh, you just put LOL in there? R. I don't know what that is. So you didn't do that? You're saying you didn't even do that then, huh? Oh. Well then I'm not sure what that is then exactly. Yeah. Okay. But if you look, are you looking at your chat thing? On your chat, you should see like that scroll, everything's scrolling up from the chat. And if you look at your what you wrote, if you look at your comments, you'll see like there's a small symbol on there. At least it is with mine. And if you didn't do that, then maybe it was something else got it in there. But oh, I see it normal. Nope. Really? So I'm the only one seeing this. Does anybody else see that? Can anybody? Gosh, now I sound crazy over here. I'm seeing things, you know. I wish there was a way. I wish I knew how to do that. How could I send a screenshot and put it on the chat here? I mean, I'm sure there's ways of doing that. I mean, you could have a computer set up another language that does that. That's why I said I thought it was another language or how you did that on your keyboard. Yeah, maybe that's it. It almost looks like Middle East like writing, like Manchurian or Korean or something like that. So yeah, that's all right. No, I was just curious. But if you don't know what it, maybe it was just something random. I don't know. If you didn't do it, then I'll take your word for it. I'll believe that. Just wonder what that. I was just trying to figure out what that meant. That's all. So, well, anyway, people. So, does anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss today? Anybody? Have any topics? You could print them on down there. Um, uh, just curious. So, what I was going to do though, people, I gotta be honest with you too. Sometimes I do these marathon live broadcasts here, right? Wait a minute, what is this? Let me see here. Billy, sometimes people think I'm a jerk when I have a cold demeanor, but I'm still sweet like ice cream. Oh gosh. Oh, close the curtains. Yeah, I should close the curtains, right? It's funny. Honey Rose is telling me to close the curtains. I was gonna do that. Yeah. All right. Well, excuse me. Why? Somebody? Can you see somebody peering in my windows? Is that what it is? I'll be right back. Yeah. All right. There we go. There we go. Yeah. My warm INFJ era ended a few years ago. Oh, okay. Well, it's funny. The funny thing is, I mean, uh, oh, the old tinfoil on my yeah. Well, remember we used to do that in the old days. Let me see. I'm gonna try to get my trying to change my. I'm trying to get my okay. Try to get my camera to stop moving around a little bit. Yeah, no, that's I thought that would give me a little better reception. I'm kind of old school. I remember that being a kid. We used to put the little rabbit ears on our antennas on TV, and he'd move 'em around, and always those in tinfoil help give you a little better reception. I don't think it really did much good for the radio, although I was having somewhat of an issue. The reception wasn't good, but I don't think it was so much the radio. It was just the location I was in. I think it was my other apartment. It's before I moved in here. Before I moved into my new house, I think I put that on there. Let's see, Tom. I love the tinfoil. Okay, it does, and I was just looking at that. Okay, okay. What are we talking about now? Curtain close. Okay. Oh my gosh, is that what it is? OMG, is that what it is? If that were a snake, it wouldn't have bit me. I'm laughing out loud. Okay. I oppressed my dad by flattering the wad of foil and using electrical tape to attach to it. Oh, I can spell. I was gonna say what was that word you got, honey? Was this I pressed? Is it? I was trying to figure out if you misspelled that word, what that was. That's okay. I thought maybe it was. It says pressed, like maybe it was. I kept thinking it was like oppressed or something, and you got it misspelled. I was just trying to figure that out. So impressed. Oh, okay. Impressed. Oh, okay. All right. That makes more sense. Okay. Impressed your dad, right? Like I said, that was just something I did years ago, and I never took it off of there. I know it's just kind of part. It kind of draws in, doesn't it? It's kind of the part of the background. I know I should put little pictures up back there or like things to look at, right? I should have a better background, I'm sure. I know. Funny thing is, I've been here 3 years and I have all this stuff from my other apartment. I mean, I've got plaques. I've got I've got things, little things like trinkets that I decorated my other place on, things I got from flea markets, and I haven't even put them out yet in the house. And it's been 3 years later. It's still some of them are still in the box. I can never even unpack them. I keep telling myself one day I'm going to take them all out and hang up plaques. I mean, I got like these cool art knives, like these Bowie knives that have like engravings on them and things like that. They're really nice, cool, like a King Tut art knife, and it looks like King Tut's persophagus. What do you call that thing? The what is the coffin they put the pharaohs in? The esophagus? No, something. It's something they call that. Or maybe that's the burial chamber. They call them those whatever it is. I always think of it like carsophagus or whatever it is. What a word that is. Uh, but yeah, I got one of those things that's got all sorts of symbols on it. So yeah, sarcophagus. Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, my wife, she's so dumb. I told her about a sarcophagus. She says, and if I swallow that, isn't it going to make me choke on it or something? Oh, I shouldn't have said that. That was bad. Forget that. That was a bad joke. Yeah, I used to get pretty good at those. That was awful. Yeah, that was one of those jokes I wish I could take back. Yeah, sarcophagus. That's what it is. Not to be confused with the esophagus, right? All right. Um, well, but yeah, uh, it's a wider surface collected more. Oh yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to do that. I know there's so many things I keep saying. I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to stop doing that because until I do it, I can't just keep saying I'm gonna do things. Because that's what I mean. I keep talking myself into all these things I got to do, and it's like one at a time. I guess that was the original point I was trying to make. Is part of me that's been a big problem with me. I think maybe it's just because of my type. Maybe it's just me, but I tend to procrastinate a lot of things too. I always tell myself I got to do things, and I mean I'll end up doing them, but usually it's not when I wish I could or when I plan. It's just when I get around to them, or when things, or when they get to the point when they're critical. I hold things. I put things off until I'm running out of something. Don't have any more of anything, and then I have no choice but to make it happen because I'm kind of like I don't have anything else, or something completely broke entirely. Now I have to fix it. See, I guess that's a good motivation to finally do something is when it doesn't work anymore, or you don't have anything. So that's all. So hey, I can't believe already been here for 2 hours, people. There you go. Yeah. No, I haven't seen. No, there's a couple I haven't seen come in yet. Yeah. I wonder how Vamp's doing. I'm just curious. Just wondering if she's out there. If not, that's okay. I mean, if not, that's okay. But just curious. I keep seeing a few names coming up. I know we're out here. So George should be back in 10 minutes or so. Yep, that's right. That's right. Sarcophagus. Almost sounds like a curse word to me. Some kind of an insult, I'm guessing. Hey, you know what? Somebody was talking about at work. Somebody was talking about the soccer games going on. And they said some like there was a matchup between like England and Herzegovina. I says Herzegovina. That sounds like something that you would have pulled in your groin. All of a sudden you're lifting something and you're like, I think I Herzegovina. It's like one of those ailments you get down there. But that's the name of a country out there, and like, you know, it's got a soccer team. But so yeah, I thought, hey, that's one of those words there that just said a country sounds more like a groin pull. You know, I don't know. I guess it was kind of funny at the time. You know what I mean? So uh, if my English if my English weren't good, I would be baffled by that. Oh, you're talking about the Herzegovina? Oh, that one. Now you've heard of. I'm sure you've heard of that country out there. It's out in I don't know. It's out in Western Europe somewhere. Yeah, but they guess they got a soccer team, Herzegovina. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds more like a medical diagnosis to me. I'm sorry, Mister Tom, but it seems you have a Herzegovina. It seems you have Herzegovina. I don't know. Just one of those. That's all. They definitely they misplaced that particular one. They should have made that more of an ailment. That's all. Uh, okay. Well, you know what? I'm getting to the point. People, I gotta go use the bathroom. I've been drinking all this water over here. I've been hanging out. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna go use the. I'm gonna go use my facilities in the other room, and hopefully you'll hang out with me for a little bit longer. All right. While I go do that. If you want to give me just a minute, I shall return. I promise. All right. And we're back from our commercial break. So good to hear. Next one, we're gonna spin some discs, and we're just going to reminisce as we do. So, how you doing, man, people? Okay, could have been a DJ, huh? Coulda, shoulda, woulda, didn't, huh? Go figure. That's the story of my life. You know what I mean? I could have been a contender. I could have been somebody. Could have been class, but I just ended up like a bum, like I am. I'm sorry, kid. Uh, no, I don't know why I just said. I had to kind of come back. Grand announcement. You know what I mean? When you duck away for a little bit and leave the place in limbo, you got to come back with something. You know what I mean? You just do, right? Yeah, you can't just pick up where you left off. You got to change a little bit. Hey, people, that reminds me. You know what? Now I talk a lot about the awakening and how Carl Jung talked about our awakening that we have, our spiritual awakenings. Now, I saw a video. I saw a couple videos, and about the stages of awakenings. I guess you could say there's like, you may think you've found something, like a level of peace and understanding. And you do, you reach certain plateaus on your journey, on your spiritual journey, but you start entering different ones. It was saying on this video I was watching, I can't remember what it was. It was about Carl Jung. There's a whole bunch of these different ones based on Carl Jung's thinking, teaching, and his philosophy and his discoveries. And he talks about, of course, the whole authentication, about awakening and finding yourself, finding that inner peace. The whole integration of shadows and integration of animus and animas. The different stages that we go through. Now, I think a lot of times those are happening. These are the painful journeys that we go through, and sometimes these things are, they're struggling, and they can't be easy for a reason because they're changing you. The death of your ego, for instance. A lot of these times when we go through these awakenings, the pain that we feel is our ego being starved. What we ran back into for comfort, for validation, for soothing, whatever it was that gratified our ego. When we're denying that, or when it no longer fulfills us as a place of refuge, what do? We start denying that ego. Then we start having that empty spot, that pain within this whole authenticating process. But what happens during that is eventually that's part of what it is. You're starving that ego. Ego has to die. I guess part of what Carl Jung said is that there are stages in awakening. You may think you found something. You may think like all of a sudden you went through this first part of your awakening. Maybe you were in pain. You were hurt. You had bouts of sadness, loneliness, depression, like we typically go through in our isolation. Just now, I'm going to say that I think we are authenticating most of our life. Every time we go through our bouts in our life, these are small moments of authentication, or these are small moments that are preparing us for the true awakening, the true one, the real, let's say, the granddaddy of development, of the awakening. But there was another part of this video that he actually said that there are stages of our awakenings. The first part is the ego death. And that's the first one where you actually have to starve that ego. And everything you escaped into for the first part of your life, like I said, you don't have anymore. Because what happens is when you authenticate, the things that you normally escaped into no longer become gratifying anymore to you. So you have no choice but to basically, let's say, starve your ego, like redirect yourself in a sense. But sometimes, eventually, you find peace. You find a sense of peace and understanding. And I told you in other chats before that I feel like I found that level of peace. But it doesn't end there. After you reach a certain level of that then there's the whole other level of authenticating that comes off off after that. It's like another stage of awakening that happens that I was listening to on this thing, and versus like your ego death. It's like depriving the ego. And I think the next is is basically facing everything that you have done. I think the next part of your awakening is undoing all the little things, the little quirks that basically corrupted you in your life. In other words, it's said in before that the Catholics talk about repentance. Repentance is basically just that. When you reach a level in your life where you feel bad for what you did, you are repenting. You have to feel like as though your sins that you committed, you have somehow you've asked for forgiveness, repentance. Now, in a Carl Jung philosophy, he even said that in so many words, he didn't say it in that way, but he did say that at some point you have to things are going to start bubbling up, basically things that you'd never resolved, shadows in your past, things that were always that warped you, shaped you, changed you into somebody different. These things have to come up to review. This is the second stage of awakening. There's other, I mean, there might have been a word for it. I'm trying to remember what I was saying. I'm sure there's a word for it in his way. I can't, but my point is that sometimes when you think you reach certain plateaus during your awakening, during your authentication, individualization, we hit spots where we think we have found something, like a sense of peace, sense of like a weight has been lifted off of our plate, let's say. But it might be replaced with something else, but it may get to a point where you feel desolate all over again. Not, like maybe all of a sudden things get boring to you. Things get like you get to the point where nothing really is fulfilling anymore. But then the bottom line is too, I mean, you may start experiencing things that you had repressed, you had buried. Now these things start coming up again for review. But again, this is your part of your authentication of taking these micro shadows. I'm talking micro shadows, like the small ones, like the ones that we repressed so much to where we thought we forgot about them. These little micro shadows, these minuscule ones that we've hid over the course of our lives in various spots. These little things have to come up to review. And again, like I've said before, part of your as I've talked about meditation and about being still and being still with yourself, certain things come up to review, and you have to face these things without reliving them. But that's the important part of this is that reauthentication is that when you start reviewing these things as they come up, by seeing them in the light, you have to accept them. First of all, you have to see them for what they are, no matter how much they've disturbed you. No matter what it is that you try to forget about, you have to see them and let them into the light, basically. You have to let them be there. But part of your awakening is your mind is trying to heal. You're going down a spiritual path in a journey where your mind is trying to correct it. And your mind is going to actually know it's almost like it knows what it has to do. It's going to put these things into the forefront, in a sense, for you. It's going to bring them back out. Because I've been noticing too that I've been seeing little things within my own self, things that I've repressed, things that I've been ashamed of, things within my character that I've seen come up to review myself. This is why I'm saying this, people. I mean, I'm not going to get into a lot of specifics, but things that have happened in my childhood that I'm starting to see like them resurface. Now I'm handling them different than I did. Instead of me trying to forget about the memory, bury the image that I may have saw, you have no choice but to see them for what they are and admit to yourself what they changed you into, no matter what you thought no matter how bad they were, basically. And you have to just piece together what it is and face it without the same vial that you've had. This is part of your integration of your shadow. And this is part of you saying it, because that's the unconsciousness coming into the conscious. But the integration is just seeing it for what it is and not being hurt by it, not have it affect you over and over again by not reliving it. This is the second stage of your of awakening. Okay. But again, I say this, people, because I try to watch my mind. I try to watch the thoughts, my processes and things. And I feel like I'm in that stage right now. I'm seeing things come up for review. But now, knowing what I know now, what I'm talking about, this is how I try to resolve them. Resolve them. Excuse me. Yeah. So I don't know. That just kind of came to me. I've been meaning to talk to you about that whole thing, about the stages of our authentication. All right. It doesn't happen. It's a process, and sometimes these stages they come in waves. They come in waves. They definitely do. But you have to remember too is to keep moving forward, though. Hey, Vamp's in the house. Retracted message, Vamp. Okay, something probably didn't spell something right. That's okay. I've been okay. So what do we got here tonight? I'm going to kill it at the gym. Hidden Hop's going to the gym. Vamp, hello, Vamp. Morning, evening, Infj family. Well, good morning to you as well, Vamp. I was just asking. Hey, I just mentioned. I says, I wonder if Vamp is coming in tonight. I was asking about you. I do. Listen, when I don't see somebody that's familiar, that I see regular, I ask how they're doing. I always hope people are doing well. So, but it's good to see you in the house, Vamp. Mine are blue off and rings gray. Hidden empathy. Epiphanies, Billy the Goat, Epiphanies. Hey, okay. Honey Rose. O N M V LOL. Mine T blue set, but sometimes looks green. Hello, Vamp. Hidden. You'll kill it. Yeah. Kill it at the gym. Hey, yeah, kill it, but don't take its life. How's that, huh? Yeah. If that means something. Hey, see, there's that little symbol again next to something Vamp wrote. I'm not sure what that is either. Oh, hey, Foxy. Nizzle. Okay, Billy the Goat. Nihilism. Often thought as a deadened, but look closely, it can be good for resetting. Is that what I'm talking about? Is that the word I was trying to go with there, Billy the Goat? Was nihilism? I've heard that word before. Yeah, sometimes I hear these new words. Maybe is that what we're talking about right now? Okay, that could be what it is. I remember I told you I couldn't think of the name for that. The whole stage of that we go through. That's all. Honey, I slept in. Oh, Honey Rose, I slept in. Oh, did you? I have been known to do that on occasions. Humility. He said that about 15 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, asking about oh, yeah, that's right. Yep. I do talk about self-reflection. Oh, Billy the Goat, I do talks on self-reflections like this. Really? Really, Billy the Goat. Occasionally, I like to too. Listen, now, that's part of the channel as well. As you know, I like to, shoot the breeze. I like to talk a little bit about that. I'll talk cards with you. I talk stuff, but I also like to talk about self-reflecting stuff that we understand now. Then that's good that you're hearing that, because that's what I do here too. And I feel like I've been on a journey of my own, and I feel like I've gone through stages of something. I've gone through different stages that it's of awakening in my own way. Some of them happened over a year ago. I came out of one, and that's one of the reasons why the channel is what it is. That's why I started the channel as well, because since I've discovered this MBTI type, it's helped me understand a little bit about myself, just understand my mind and my thinking, and but also it led me to some of the philosophies of Carl Jung. And I got to tell you the truth, in the last couple months, especially, I've been really trying to understand a lot who Carl Jung is and what exactly his teachings were. And I told you I've been listening to this autobiography. I think I mentioned it last week. So I'm kind of into that right now, just trying to get some of his thinking into that. So, but definitely part of the awakening and things. Now, listen, I mean, a lot of people there are religions that talk about certain awakenings, and spirituality talk about these things all the time, about wrestling with ourselves, or finding ourselves, our true selves. Yeah, however way you may put it. I mean, it could be. It's all pretty much the same process in a way. It just has different terminologies and things like that, But it's supposed to all lead us to a similar destination. Tom, Tom. This is last week. It's been a rough. I've had to take a double dose of medicine. It's been making me sleepier. So it was the first night I had to go back to my body hasn't had enjoyed it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Vamps. You're kind of not really with it then, huh? Okay, well then you need some rest then. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better. I really do. I want you to get better, get plenty of rest, R&R, eat some chicken noodle soup, or whatever it is you that remedies you. So feeling a little under the weather. That's never a good thing, I hope you come by. I hope you get better. Okay, so I do deep dives on trauma and recovery from toxic relationships. A lot of this is based in self-reflection. Hey, you know what? You know what? I'm glad. It's good to know you. See, this perked you right up, isn't it? Yeah. Um, yeah, I think that's good to know, man. That's good to know. Listen, I mean, I like to talk about that stuff too. I'd like to get your insight on some things. I'm sure you could be very helpful. Some of your insights, and hopefully I can as well. Okay. So when you talk about the ego death, you could describe it as being an ego dystonic, ego dystonic. Well, yeah, they just talk about the ego death, like because the ego is what's always the ego is basically what keeps us looking for gratification. The ego in its overindulgent form is what gets us into trouble. Yeah, it's that part of us that is replaced. Our ego starts to grow when we basically, it's almost like when we lose our center, when we lose our internal compass, when we lose that internal guide within us, like our God code, basically. We have to replace it by our own code, kind of the way Adam and Eve had basically forgotten about, I mean, the whole idea of like the original sin, biting into the apple and kind of basically going against God's wishes and just basically saying, screw it, God, we're going to, the devil tempt us into eating the tree, eating from the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. And they did it anyway. Basically, that's the birth of the ego, is when you go against your conscious, when you go against your inner code that guides you, your inner compass, your inner knowing, and you defy that, and you go to the world's knowing, you go to the ego, and this is the birth of the ego. But that ego is insatiable, and the more you follow down that course, it's like an unquenchable thirst that you could never quite fill. So that ego, at some point, if you want to find some kind of contentment, find true authentication, that has to be basically has to have an ego death in a sense. Okay, because you have to break that code, because that ego is destructive, in its glut form. That is, when I say the glut form, is what I just said. Basically, turning your back against your conscious, your soul, your inner God, God code, your knowings, and you start living for gratification from the world. That's ego. Okay, so no, part of us has to recenter ourselves, and that has to die. Basically, you're right. So well, that's good to know that so ego is important, and it does serve a purpose. So the idea of death needs to be recontextualized. Okay, basically what you're saying is, yeah, there is part of the ego that's a healthy part of the ego. Okay, I think that's what you're getting at. But like anything, I mean, everything's good in moderations. That's why I said that glut form of the ego, the part of the ego that wants to basically replace their consciousness with our own pride, basically. Ego is our pride. Um, I mean, yes, to an extent, a healthy ego has some pride. We recognize within ourselves, and our pride is to do, let's say, do a good job for others, good do good deeds for others. Let's say, be helpful. That's part of your ego in a sense because it's part of your gratification for others, but it can get out of control. My point is that it can get overindulgent. That's my point. Okay, so let's call it that part, the overindulgent ego, the dysfunctional ego has to die. Okay, okay, I'll agree with you there. There's parts of the ego that need to be there. Okay, it's that dysfunctional one that needs to die. Um, so okay, honey, I love that. So so diagnostic means to not align with your ego. Is that what that means? Okay. Okay, so ego diagnostic, not to agree. Ego synoptic means you agree with your ego. All right. So you got a lot of the terms. You use a lot of the terminology to describe the ego. So you're into the words. That's good. I'm kind of just putting it into the best words I can, I'm trying to sounds like you studied a little bit of psychology. Is that Freudian type psychology? Because I know Freud was into he talked in depth about ego and like super ego, the id, and he talked about it that way. I know Freud, and of course, I know so did Carl Jung. But one of the things that they had in the disagreement was about that. Yeah, Freud and Carl Jung had they basically split, couldn't couldn't work with each other because they disagreed. You know, I don't know if it was necessarily the ego, but I'm sure that had something to do with it. Okay. But I know that Freud had more of an idea of like he didn't believe in anything beyond we were just nothing more than protoplasm and brain waves, and our brain worked a certain way, and we had certain elements within us. We had ego, super ego, and the id. That basically that was the balance that kept us from doing just horrible things. Let's say, okay, that just kept us from doing selfish things in the right. That was supposed to be the balance we had. Now, but basically, I don't think Sigmund Freud had any kind of spiritual belief. I don't believe he was not. I don't think he was. Didn't believe in God. Now I know Carl Jung did. He had more of that spiritual element behind him. Now this is one of the breakings that they had. Is they had this divide that kept them in different camps, and it ultimately just made them not see eye to eye. Completely. So pronounced dystonic. Okay, dystonic and syntonic. Okay, I get that. All right, so that's what an ego syntonic means. You agree with the ego, and then I got, let's say, and your unhealthy being ego dystonic helps you gain self awareness, and you have a chance of recovery. Okay, so is that basically what I'm saying in so many words? Maybe. Okay. All right. You could use the term. So dystonic and syntonic. And then you got, I like to use Nitsench stuff. I like to, I'm not sure what that is. Nunachit stuff. Smarty pants. All right. Yeah, but that's good that you're interested in that kind of stuff, because I am too. I mean, I try to. Again, I don't get a lot into the terms. I kind of just understand I mean, I listen to a lot of things. I try to listen and read, and I'm listening to audiobooks here and there, and I try to hear things, but also I try to use my own self too. I try to see what's going on in my own mind, in my own soul, and what's going on in there as well. So again, a lot of it's based on my own experience too. But there was a flip side to this. If you're healthy and ego dystonic, then you'll think there's something wrong with you when there isn't. Okay? When you're healthy and dystonic, you'll think there's something wrong with you when there isn't. All right. Well, depends on what you think that there's something wrong with you being. I mean, like when you say there's something wrong with you, meaning, you know, but then again, sometimes people think, I've seen people that are delusional too. They think they do no wrong. And usually the things they're doing is, isn't quite functioning, but they've convinced themselves through delusion that they're right. And you see a lot of that this day and age. Their actions, their the way they think. Yeah. No, listen, I can't come up with any specific examples, but I do see these examples sometime. I don't know if you're talking about that exactly, but I mean, people can convince themselves that they're fine, that there's nothing they're doing is out of the ordinary. But they're really just, everybody can see it for what it is. Some of their behaviors, their character. Yeah. Um, but that's good to know you're out there. You're studying that stuff. So you actually do lectures on that Billy Goat, huh? You do some like you talk and do like seminars, things like that on the ego and things. That's good to know. Sounds to me like you have some kind of therapist background of some kind or something like that. Maybe uh, either that or actually studied psychology itself, and in a whole. I mean, I've never studied that stuff. I don't have any degrees on any of that. I've always kind of been drawn to understanding the human mind anyway, for the most part. So I do live streams on my channel. Oh, okay. You do. You do that too. It's kind of doing a live stream like I'm doing then. All right, that's good to know. Well, Billy the Goat, when do you go live? Maybe I'll have to catch a live stream sometime. See, this is good. See, I'm drawing in certain people that we all have different websites. We got different live stuff going. I'm glad you're telling me this stuff, you know? And now, do you have people call you up and like ask questions and ask for advice and things like that too? What he said, but I'm not font. Okay. I do live streams on my channel. Oh, that's good. Actually, I don't have formal training, but I've been doing this for about 7 years. Hey, that's good. That's good. Um, well, I'm going to take it that you have an advocate personality type, and you're just drawn to this kind of thing. This is just part of you, because that's the way I am as well. I mean, I think because we try to figure ourselves out and understand ourselves, yeah, we get good at it, at figuring ourselves out. And usually we understand a lot about just human nature in general by understanding ourselves. So a lot of serial killers always think they did wrong, think they did no wrong, like Mackenzie Sharia. Oh, think they did no wrong. Oh, yeah. Well, um, you see, that's one of those things right there. Just trying to understand the psychology of serial killers. I mean, I know they have a very, I mean, it's obvious what they're doing. You hear about some of the horrendous things that they're doing. I mean, graphic things. Look at what I mean, a lot of times Ted Bundy comes to mind. Now, he definitely was twisted. But the reason he comes to mind so much is because he had a, he had a, he had a persona about him that was so down to earth and normal. People, he was so relatable. He was so, he had his dark side, but he was so charming. And that's what was so frightening about that guy, is that he had so many people could not believe that he was who he was. And they were some of the people that were close to him that knew him. Yeah. He covered it up well. So he was a sociopath, a very, very manipulative sociopath. Um, Ultimately very evil, obviously, but yeah, he definitely, yeah. but I can only imagine. You're describing sociopath. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. He was a sociopath. Exactly. But I'm just saying. But hey, George is back in the house. George Porch. Nice to see George is back. Um, guys, I'm a supervision my job. Sometimes I pretend to be. Oh, hey, good. Hey, Harp's a supervisor. Clinically, it would be called antisocial. Oh, all right. Yeah. Um, well, the thing is that, like I said, sociopaths. Yeah, they tend to be. Yeah, they're very. It's almost like they're two faced in a way. Yeah, to somebody's face, they're very charming. I mean, to the outside world, or to people that it's basically in order to keep the front going, they're very kind and they look normal, just like anybody else, like Ted Bundy did. But they had that dark side, and then they're these savage beasts in their time. But I can only imagine that that's a lot of times. I know psychologists try to get into the criminal mind of the serial killer, especially the ones that want to talk about it. They want to interview him. There is an interview of Ted Bundy. Like I think it was just it was the day or two before his execution, and there is a whole interview. In fact, I watched it, and he talked about how he was as a kid, how he was addicted to like corn. I don't know if I can say that here. Yeah, the cornography. He said that had a lot to do with his that fueled his addiction or something. But then he also did say that he had like slight bits of remorse in the very beginning, like after he did a deed, especially when he was younger. First couple times, he felt awful about what he did, and but then it turned back into more of a hunger to do it again and again. Like and so he had regret, he had remorse, but then it changed into like almost like a hunger. And a lot of times these guys talk about that. They talk about their addiction to do that is an unquenchable hunger, like to do the deed over and over again. And the reason they get more and more brutal is because they have to go more sinister and more deeper into their deed in order to get the same thrill. So they get more twisted, they get more destructive, they get more, let's just say they just get crazier. Okay. And usually the victims, they make them suffer more too. They keep them. I mean, I don't want to get too graphic here on YouTube, but you get the point. Is that they get deeper into their sickness because they have to keep up the ego. That's part of that whole dysfunctional ego that is very dysfunctional. Like I said, that's like an unquenchable thirst. It's like an unquenchable hunger in a sense. And when they go down that avenue, they have to get, like I said, more twisted, more destructive, and they have to be more brutal to get the same thrill. Okay. Like that unquenchable hunger, like I was talking about. That's all part of your destructive ego. So, yes, I've studied up a little bit on that, and I've kind of come to a lot of my own thinking about that. But um, usually, these people, though, once they start going down a certain path of dark, they get into this dark side. A lot of times, there's no turning back for these guys either. You can't reform somebody like that. I mean, typically you can't. I mean, how could you believe them? They might say they're all better, they're reformed. How can you believe them? They're just that sociopath coming out. So you can't really believe what they're going to say. You see? So, yeah, but it's okay. I rambled on a little bit there, Bill. Yeah. There's a few layers, but this is one of them is addiction. That dose has to increase to get the same. But yeah, that's just what I said. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Uh, they like novelty. It's easily bored. They like novelty. Gets easily. It's like they like novelty. Get easily bored. Okay. Um, I'm not sure exact. I'm trying to figure out like what you meant by that. Let me say, Billy the Goat. There's a few layers hidden, and remember the extent that was drained. Yeah, go to music. The Deftones. Oh, they're talking about Okay, they're just talking about that stuff. Okay, Deftones, ASAP. Uh, okay, but no, it's interesting that you're studying that stuff as well, Billy Goat. Man, see, I'm glad you found this, and maybe you're gonna have to let me know when you're, when your live broadcast. I might be interested in hearing what you got to say about that. All right, but it's important for the psychopath. But importantly, for the psychopath, they want to be instrumental. They want to be known. They want to. They want to know the cause impact. Oh, is that basically sometimes? Yeah, they get so egotistical in their sociopathy that not only do they want to just like Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper has never been caught to this day. I mean, they say they have a speculation hundreds of years later who it might have been. But Jack the Ripper liked to taunt the police. He would even write letters. He would actually take organs of his victims and mail them to the Scotland Yards. And he would have these like he would like taunt the police by basically saying that how he did this and go into graphic detail in some of his letters and how he taunted them and just knowing like they wouldn't be around. I can't remember exactly, but I just know he liked to taunt the police. So what you're saying with that is that they get so absorbed in their work. Okay, not only is it just their ego gets so out of control that not only is the brutality gets worse and worse, but they now need to uh, somehow put hints out, let it be known subtly that they're doing it, but at a distance. Like they want to be recognized in a sense for it. That's part of the ego. That's part of that whole ego for recognition in their sociopathic way. Exactly. Yeah, it gets pretty tangled, doesn't it? I mean, this is like twisted stuff we're talking about. But then you think to yourself how twisted the human mind can go. If somebody's allowed, they allow that mind to get this tangled. It can get pretty savage. There's no doubt. But yeah, that's part of that taunting thing. Somehow and then they talk about, they like to keep their little souvenirs and mementos. And I mean, even hear about some of these ones setting up little clues, trying to taunt the police. They lead on what they did in such a way. They leave just enough clues to tease. Like, they're out there. They want you to know they're out there, but at the same time, they want to kind of rub it in your face in a way. But they're itching to tell you what they're doing. See, part of the whole thing is reliving it to them too, because they want to relive it through somebody else. They want to tell somebody, and that's all part of their whole thrill. It doesn't just the deed doesn't be now the whole reminiscing and the passing of that information has to be part of it. It's all part of that deep sickness that they're going into, isn't it? Yeah. Um, Jack the Ripper was actually the royal doctor. I heard something about that. I heard that it would make sense that he was because he knew how to, he was, he was removing organs like he had done it before. Whoever it was, this wasn't just some random, you know, killer out there, or whatever. But he knew what he was doing when he was taking these parts out. Like he knew where to sever them just right. And they did make points of that I believe that he had some medical background. I think I've heard that. The incisions were perfect. Yes, Honey Rose. That's what I mean. Yes, I think I heard that as well. He had some medical background. This guy was that psychotic, no doubt. But he was pretty graphic and brutal too. I mean, and he would do it on streets too. Usually it was like, women of the night, and they were in like these kind of these areas of town that were in London that were just kind of seedy, kind of just low, like slummy. And yeah, he would just. I mean, there were a couple of victims that were found literally on sidewalks. Like, all this stuff happened within a few minutes. But he did it where people weren't around, and they were just minutes from like finding it. So he was doing it basically right almost under the nose, and murderers pick up whether it was away from the office and slow down when he was busy with his job. Murders pick up what he was away from the office and slow down when he was busy with his job. Oh, we could talk. We still talking about Jack the Ripper? That one. Um, they're not detached from reality as such. They want to affect it. It gives them a delight to know they can mess around within the system. Yeah, exactly. To taunt them, to tease. Yeah. Well, it's well. See, the thing is, they get this grand. They get kind of grand delusions of grandeur in a way too, in this psychotic way that they're going through, where they have to no longer is the thrill of knowing that they're doing these deeds. Like I said, it goes deeper. Now they have to taunt, like you said, they have to um, somehow they have to let it be known what they're doing, how they're doing it. They want it to, yeah. So they have to get basically make it public in a way, and but they also have to know that they're smarter than everybody. They try to do it in such a way where not only is it just that they have to be smarter than who that they're taunting, who's looking for them, who's so they have to appear. It's all part of their ego to be more like their sense of delusion of grandeur to be just two steps ahead of everybody. Yeah, that's all part of it as well. Again, it's all part of that whole derangement, sociopathy, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but there's no doubt there's a lot of like twisted psychology with these guys. I mean, it's almost like they take human nature, all the little things that we might repress. Sometimes we get little dark thoughts here and there, but we don't act on them, or little things come into our mind in a situation. We said, "Yeah, you disregard it." Well, they don't. They take these things, they ran with them. Basically, they fed off them. They enriched them. Okay, and they did the deeds. And but that was that whole twisted, dysfunctional ego that was ultra dysfunctional that just led them into getting more and more perverse, more and more brazen, and then it becomes that unquenchable thirst where they can't stop themselves. They can't even restrain themselves anymore. Yeah, it's an urge that keeps getting more and more vile. And then not only that, some of these people turn to cannibalism. Yeah, I mean, not only is just doing that, and now, then there's a whole sense of like where they talk about the psychology when they get into cannibalism and things. They actually want to feel as though not only did they end the life of the people that they had been. Say you took somebody's life, you toyed with their life, you took it, right? You were in control of them, utmost control of their life, but now consumption of their. Now you're actually taking them and making them a part of you. Yeah, it's all of a sudden now that's the whole thing is like not only it's almost like that whole predator prey kind of mentality as well that they're sustaining you in some twisted way. Yeah, it gets into that too. Sometimes you hear about these ones that get into the cannibalism. Again, I mean it goes down to some really twisted rabbit holes with that stuff. No doubt about that. Um, ah, now now going into areas of narcissism. Yes. Well, exactly. These are what they all. Whether they're all there or whether they lead there. I mean, they could have always been. I think things are all there. We have certain elements within our human consciousness, within our human ability that's always there. It's whether or not we want to unleash these things. Okay. Now we know we have dark sides within us. I mean, we can see from other people around us. We can see where they can be led. But we also have an amazingly compassionate, wonderful side about us. We have that side as well. We like to make sure that we lead more to the good side of our character. You would think, but it is good to. I mean, not say it's good, but we have to also know that we have these parts of our element in our psyche that if we unlock them, if we just dabble into them, where they can lead. Okay. Now, if you leave these things untapped, unchecked, they basically they just stay as like maybe thoughts, a couple of morbid thoughts here and there that we just have to make sure we don't act upon. And usually that's pretty easy. But when you start acting on these things and you let yourself get a thrill out of it, just that one little iota of a thrill, you want to do it again. That's where it starts. Then that whole tapeworm of these guys is where this is where it starts. Okay, it might have started with them with the like animals in their backyard with little insects, and then it might have turned into like little small animals. You always hear about these people where they started. Yeah, they started getting off on little animals doing it to them, and then it spiraled into bigger things. Then it got into bigger animals. Then it became other people. So it just climbed, it spiraled, but it started somewhere. A lot of that's where it started from. And then these people could have been at some point, they might have got some bad information. They were being, maybe it was their upbringing. Could have been a lot of things, certain traumas, things that we say that typically INFJs go through. But these are some vile traumas that twisted them, and nobody there to balance, their mind or pull or reel them back into any kind of decency. And they were allowed to just let it get out of control. So it definitely is like it's a building thing that starts off small and it just grows into this what we're talking about. Okay. Gee, see where this how did that get into this discussion? See where that Billy to go at 5,000. You got us into talking about deep, deep that's criminal psychology right there. Yeah, that's like the deep stuff right there, understanding the twisted criminal mind right there, or the like you said, the psychotic mind in a sense. Um, hey, but so as you can see, I like to dabble into that kind of stuff myself. I've always been fascinated with just understanding, the mind in that way as well. I think it's always just been something I've gravitated toward. So running for the dark, running for the dark corners. When you shine the light on their attitudes, yeah, cockroach works. Oh, we have functions. Uh, okay, now we're going to areas of narcissism. Tom, you mean Jeffrey Dahmer? Oh yeah. When I was talking about the cannibal, yeah, he was definitely one of them. Have you ever heard of Albert Fish? He's another one too. That he was another one of those from back in the 30s. He was another deranged, serial killer, and he did that to a child. It's a bad story. I don't want to get too much into that one right now. But he wrote a letter. He wrote a very graphic letter on how he lured like he got friends with some people and he said he was going to take their daughters to some fair upstate New York on the train, but he didn't. He took her to some home somewhere, and he devoured her over a year. And he basically and there's a very famous letter. I think somebody actually ended up some collector got the letter. He's got the actual one, but he went into detail about how he did that. It's a very detailed graphic letter that he wrote to parents. So again, he wanted to do that. He wanted the recognition. He wanted to put that letter out there, and he wanted to relive it by putting it into the pages. And he just knew that he was going to further the horror by knowing that the parents knew what he did by reading the letter. That's how deranged he was. Yeah, that was Albert Fish. Um, Again, that goes back to the 30s. I think they put him in the electric chair. I can't remember what happened to him. Another one. He was another very, very twisted. I mean, he was into even he got into like the sexual stuff. He was Sado. Yeah. Stuff I don't want to get too much here on. I don't know how deep I can go into saying different things. I try not to get too graphic. But yeah, no doubt. You ever look on Albert Fish? Yeah, but he definitely got into that whole thing. But yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer for sure. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that we were just basically talking about how deranged the ego can go when it goes unchecked. When we were talking about that, basically spawned from that whole thing about the ego, and about about how there's a healthy part of our ego, but then there's that dysfunctional part of our ego, and that dysfunctional part is the one that I'm talking about, as far as how where it can go, and obviously we see there's a few examples as to where that can go. But a bit again, we've all started. It stemmed from the death of the ego. All right, just that's just to decide that basically goes against our conscious. That's basically the ego that I'm talking about. The one that wants to go against our own inner self, our own inner code. Okay, that doesn't want to listen to our God code, and wants to listen to our own gratification within us. I hope I'm saying that in the right way. My ego really likes gelato, ice cream, and French fries. Well, you know what? There's a part of us, yeah, that ego likes to eat stuff too. Yeah, well, it likes all their ice cream. Hey, listen, I'm guilty of that stuff too. I got to be real careful with ice cream, especially I'm the type I'll get a pint of ice cream and I'll finish it all in one sitting. I can't, I got to be careful with stuff like that. I won't put it down till the pitch is empty. So I have to keep it out of my house because I can't control myself with ice cream. I got to tell you that. I love I love your ego. Let me say, Vamp, I just given me more insults to call them. I love it. Yeah. I wish I would cockroaches for me. Survival line condition. I was thinking yeah. Okay. There's a lot of dialogue going back and forth there. So Billy the Goat, the narcissist, aka the human cockroach, as I often refer to that's what we were talking about. Narcissist, yeah, the human cockroaches, Hidden Heart calls them. Yeah. So many NPCs out there too. NPCs. What is an NPC again? I'm trying to remember what that meant. Somebody had mentioned that before. What is an NPC? Oh, non-player character. Okay. Somebody talked about that before. I remember what that is now. Okay. All right. Yeah. But yeah, see, that's interesting. You got us talking into like deep criminal psychology. I got to tell you, I find some of that stuff fascinating. Just talking about that stuff, though. I'm glad that somebody's out there willing to listen to that stuff. Well, that's one thing, Billy the Goat, though. I'm gonna have to see what you got to say about that. A lot of people call narcissists as emotional vampires. Oh, absolutely, and so do I. I've had videos. I've talked about emotional vampires all the time on this channel. That's exactly what they are. And being that typically INFJs are empathic people, as you know, and I've said this before, is that one of the things is that we can be very vulnerable to these types. In fact, sometimes narcissists actually they seek us out. They don't literally sniff, like they kind of have senses. I think they have their own sense to know when people are empathic. They know when they have a, especially like the weak, naive ones. Let's say, we're talking about INFJ empaths that don't really understand themselves, that are oblivious to who they are, that are fragile. Okay, they like these types. Yeah, but you're right. Now listen, I had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend back when I was 27 years old. Okay, she was older than me. Okay, and I met her in a club. I mean, she seems all right. She was attractive woman. She had a good personality, and so we started having a relationship. Now it got into a very passionate relationship. Let's just say, okay. Now I found out later on. I believe now that as years go by, I believe that she had a narcissistic personality, and I do notice that. I mean, she had all the traits of it, and it was all being exhibited, but it didn't happen right away. It got incremental, and but she liked to stoop to conquer. Now, I think this is something that narcissists will do, But I got to the point where I was instinctively, I don't know where it came from, but I was reaching a certain level of my own intelligence that I knew the one thing she wanted me more than anything was to love her to the point where I had an obsession for her. Okay. But I wouldn't give her that. I knew there was a certain border I wouldn't cross. All right. Well, she did something to me that I couldn't forgive her for. I mean, she took a girls' trip. She went to Aruba, and I told her I didn't want her to go. I mean, we weren't married or anything. I wasn't living with her. We were just, getting together on the weekends. You know what I mean? Spending weekends together. But she tells me she's going on a girls' trip to Aruba. I mean, I wasn't too happy with it. And of course, she threw all the, I was insecure and, this and that, and I deserved this, and just gave me the whole thing. But bottom line is, I kind of distanced myself after that. I didn't really, I knew at that point I would never commit to this woman again. I made a kind of a conscious idea in my head was, I'm not gonna give my heart to this woman now. I'm not gonna love this woman. And if she wants to keep coming around and having a little bit of a runaround with me, that's fine. But my emotions are no longer valid. They are no longer available. So I did do that. I kind of played my own game back. All right. But she was amazed that she couldn't make me jealous anymore. I didn't care anymore after that. But my point was she was a narcissist, but she got, but my point is that she tried to stoop to conquer. Like typically narcissists will do this. In other words, they will start putting you on a pedestal, start gratifying you, over gratifying your own ego. Sometimes it happens a lot of times in relationships with men and women. Women will do this to a man, and she'll over put herself out there originally, over gratify you. If you know what I mean, in the bedroom, let's say, okay, over perform for you, hoping that you fall in love with her, become obsessed with her. All right. So she puts you on a pedestal. She'll call you wonderful, strong, masculine, such a tough guy, whatever it is, wanting to break you. So this is a way of making your ego filled with her, filling your ego, actually taking that dysfunctional ego that I talked about, that prideful ego, and overindulging it. Okay. So stooping to conquer. And then once you fall for that, once you get into that, all of a sudden the real her changes, like bait and switch. And she comes out, and then she starts being demanding, overly aggressive, whatever it may happen. You're never good enough. You're never this enough. Start threatening you and start comparing you to other guys. Oh, I know a so and so. I could easily, Then they start doing this stuff. This is that's what narcissists do to you. So they stoop to conquer, but they're the masters at this psychological game. All right. But again, it's good to just understand from your own human nature to know that how their modus operandi works. But my whole point is that narcissists go to these empathic types, especially empathic types that are naive to who they are. Young INFJs are prime for that, or just INFJs that are very, let's say, the emotional, sensitive types. We're very, very susceptible to those people. All right. And I've been drawn to them. I've seen them drawn to me a couple of times early on in my life as well. Like I said, there was my girlfriend that I'm talking about. She was one of them. I had a boss one time that was like that a few years ago, but not so much anymore though. Once you have found out a little bit more about yourself and you've gotten past that point and you figured out your own mind, you don't see them come out of the woodwork anymore because they can't get you anymore because you're kind of wise to it. Let's see what you got here. Narcissism is my gateway into the psychology, so I can really go super in depth on that topic. Oh, there you go. Hey, and you were talking about relationships. You were talking about the whole relationship dynamic. I just got into that whole thing. That's basically what I just said. Was just that. Okay. Listen, I don't know everything. Trust me. I learn a lot of my own mistakes from what I've experienced. I mean, I've made a lot of bad, stupid mistakes. Listen, I've been married and divorced. I was married for 20 years. I've been divorced for almost 5 years now. So I mean, I've had my share of them, but again, uh, but I mean, I still have a lot to learn. Trust me, I still make bad mistakes in relationships even now. If I was to get involved, I'm sure something would happen. They were never good to me, you know. Actually, that's more nuanced than that. Okay, it's a form of grooming. Yeah, it's called ideation. It's called the ideation phase. Okay, ideation phase. Okay, yeah. In other words, putting somebody on a pedestal, on an idol, right? Yeah, pedestalizing somebody, overpraising them. Yeah, putting them to that in order for them to take the bait, start feeling like they're powerful, they're potent. Yeah, and then they start. Then once you take that, yeah, they get you ups. Yeah, I get it. That's what we talk. They hold the keys to your self-esteem, so you're hostage in a way. Absolutely, absolutely. You're saying what I'm saying, basically. I understand this stuff too. Yeah, I've studied this stuff myself. Okay. Um, but my point was, is with this girlfriend, after she took her trip to Aruba, I was only in my 20s, but I instinctively knew what she was trying to do. And I knew, I mean, I really didn't want to see her anymore. I got to the point, I tried to break up with her so many times. And I tried to tell her I was done. I didn't, but she kept coming to my house. She kept banging on my door at night, crying. I want to see you. You know, she'd cry. And of course, me being kind of a softy that I was, I'd always take her back. Well, not only that, she kept telling me that what she wanted to do. And I knew it wasn't just holding hands. You see what I mean? And of course, I'm still a young guy, sowing my oats. So I thought, all right, you got a woman basically crying, saying she wants to do this. Well, who am I to deny that? Okay. That was my own stupid ego, too. Um, well, was it or was it not? I mean, I wasn't cheating on another girl or anything. It wasn't like I was, I had my wife and this is going on. That wasn't it. This was her. And I was trying to break up with her many times. She kept coming to my house, you know? All right. So, but bottom line is, yeah, but I always kept the distance. I knew I kept the screen up and she hated that. And she got into starting to go with the ultimatums and scream. She lost control where she was starting to get more aggressive, trying to get an arousal out of me. And I did see that happening. That was, I think, I wasn't folding that easy. Um, it didn't end well. Let's just say that, you know, after all this time, I ended up having to move away. In fact, I moved to New Hampshire. Yeah. Uh, I mean, I didn't move to New Hampshire because of that, but one of the reasons of me moving and everything is I got a job. It's like I didn't want her to know where I lived. I mean, that's how bad it got. And this is that's not the only reason, but I moved to New Hampshire, the state I'm in now. That was 31 years ago. So, and you looked at them as the answer to your problems. Yes, yes. Jokes on them. I have no self-esteem. I'm kidding. Uh, so you're hostage. So you're a hostage in a way. Yes, exactly. They hold the keys to your self-esteem. That's right. The ideation phase is where you're actually falling in love with yourself because they're basically pretending to be you. Okay, I think I've heard that said before. That's why you get trauma bound and can't leave. Yeah, the trauma bound. Yeah, well, they get you so enamored with yourself, right? Yeah, I heard it was something like that. That's the way they play the game. Yeah, it's all a big. Yeah, but anyway, I found out that this girl that I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm gonna put her as a narcissist. She had all the traits, but years later, after I thought it all over, I said, "Wow, that was her. She was that way." You know. But also, I mean, she had a very high drive. Okay, she had a very, very high appetite, bedroom appetite. So I think that had something to, it almost seemed like it was, Yeah, even she admitted that she called herself a nymphomaniac. I mean, she had an imbalance there. I mean, whether or not that had something to do with it or not, but it was an insatiable thing which narcissists have for like pleasure, for that they go deep into these things. They typically go deeper into the ego gratification, and they need, like I said, they need victims. They like those victims, these victims that can't leave their web in a sense. They like to have these little victims in their spider web that are all tangled up in their web and they can't go anywhere. Emotionally, that is right. Yeah, you're right. It's all part of that whole fulfillment that they need to have. Is that's that gratification. That's that narcissism. Deep stuff, man. Talking some deep stuff here. Um, Billy, I used to have a guy back when I was younger who wanted me to idolize him, and he was actually after we dated him for a few weeks of him. He thought gets he thought he'd get his way years older. Massive backfired massively as I knew he was going to work. Oh yeah. So you had a guy doing that to you, Vamp, years ago, huh? Yeah, yeah. Hey, sometimes I guess it can work two ways, both ways in some ways. Uh, I mean, I just know typically it's relationships is where you're going to find this level of narcissism, because that's where they can do the most damage to you. I mean, not damage, but I mean emotional stuff. Because what's more emotional, being intimate with somebody, being involved in somebody that way, and then start toying with them. Okay, start toying with them emotionally. That's very devastating. Okay, to get somebody so wrapped up in you, and that's where you can tally up the most the most whatever dysfunctional charge you're looking for. Yeah. Okay. I was younger teenager at 18. Yeah. Well, I can imagine. I figured you were much younger when that happened, Vamp. Yeah, that's usually stuff that goes on when we're younger and stuff. And again, like I said, being that we're very empathic and we have these strong sensitivity, and typically we're very easy targets for these people. Not to mention that sometimes early on in our life, because we're so confused, sometimes we are so unsure of our direction in our life. Our complex mind is so pulling us in so many different ways, like we've talked about. Yeah, we want somebody all of a sudden sees that and gives us the very feeling that we think we're missing. They fill that void and then some. And all of a sudden they sense the void that we're looking for. And they start, like I said, idolizing or stooping to conquer. And then they get you all filled up in them. Okay. Now, what you said, Billy, about how it was actually falling in love with yourself. I mean, I've heard that before. I don't know where I've heard that exactly, but that's part of the psychology, though. Maybe that's something I gotta understand. I kind of do, but I don't quite understand what that means exactly. But I think I can understand that you have a void within yourself that you are looking. I mean, eventually, I think, um, does it have something to do with what Carl Jung said about the reaching for the anima a man reaches for the anima, that feminine quality within himself, and the female has a reaches for the animus, that masculine, because we naturally have that in our psyche somehow, but that's part of ourselves. um, I know part of the integration of part of our whole awakening is actually finding some kind of integration with our own anima and animus in order to feel more complete within feel more wholeness within ourselves, is when we find that completion. Because men and women typically, as you know, we're attracted to each other. We're opposite sex. We're attracted to the female. Men and females attracted to the male. but we have something within our psyche, that anima, that's incomplete, that's always crying out for that. Okay. I mean, I think it's part of the animal nature. I mean, it's part of what we're designed to have in order to procreate. I mean, there has to be some kind of an attraction. There has to be some kind of an attraction so that we produce and we pass off our offspring. It's an animalistic nature in a sense, but as you know, it's human nature as well. It gets a little deeper when it turns into human psychology. It goes beyond just instinct like animals. It has to go into this whole animus, anima. All right. So the way I heard it described is that basically it was um, trying to find completion with the anima, with the man, with himself in a sense. Okay. Like maybe that's basically what you're talking about, is that kind of thing. And again, that's some of Carl Jung's teachings. What I was talking to about that. Um, Narcissists aren't really interested, Tom. But wait. Let me read this one first. I got a couple. I want to catch up on some of your. Uh, okay. Massive backfire. Okay, I was a young teenager, 18. Em- empathy. Empathy and by its natural removes boundaries and add add to an INFJ's FB function where wide open. Okay, empathy. Add that to it. Empathy FE function where wide open. Oh, that's why we're so vulnerable. Got it. Yes, that's exactly right. Well put. Very well put. I like the way you Lish Lish is out there. Hello, Lish Lish. Or something. Or sometimes when a family member is the same way, it feels familiar when someone comes to you in that way too. Okay. Oh, you're talking about not necessarily. Okay, so a family member can do that. Yeah, usually older siblings can have an effect on their younger siblings, or parents do that to children sometimes. If you have a narcissistic parent, it's things. So it's not always relationship material, but yeah, but I get that. These types of people must not have any inner dialogue. How can they just act like that without questioning themselves? Um, it's in other words, they almost seem vapid, like this. There's nothing behind their eyes, like they're blank. Almost like when you look into the eyes of a Komodo dragon, and you know that thing just wants to swallow you whole, like they do them goats. You ever see some of them videos where they swallow goats whole? Komodo dragons. Here's a heartless dragon. You look into them eyes, and they're like those cold, lifeless eyes, kind of like a doll's eyes, Chief. They're not looking, they're not even alive, Chief, until they bite your teeth. Oh, excuse me. Until they bite you there, Chief. And then the water turns all bloody red. And, then the high pitched screaming. And okay, I got into a Quint mode there, didn't I? But the Komodo dragon has that look. So basically, what you're saying is narcissists have that almost reptile look about them. They look through you. They look at you like they look like a Komodo dragon looking at you with cold blood, don't they? And so you wonder what's going on. What kind of dialogue's going on behind those minds? Is there any conscience there? Is there any kind of warm-blooded, compassionate soul in a narcissist? That's the question you're asking. I guess the bottom line is the only compassion, the only the only understanding they have is for themselves. It's all about them and how it gratifies them and how it makes them uh, feel. In other words, not about anybody else. Yeah, it's all about how they do that. So I guess that's basically what it is. That's the answer to that. Is that it's just all about about that's the only compassion they have is for their own fulfillment, not for anybody else's. Yeah, I from what I understand though, I know we throw around the narcissist around like readily, but I guess it's more rare than we give it credit for. Really, it's not as common as you would think. So just like INFJs aren't very common. I mean, this, sometimes we're quick to throw that around, but it, it could be just Yeah. Sometimes people act not very narcissistic too, though, too. Whether or not they're true or not, I don't know. Self-serving, yeah, lish. You got this self-serving, hedonistic. Yes, exactly. Billy the Goat, George. There's there is an inner dialogue, but it's maddening. It's driven for their own survival. Yeah, yeah. Basically, what I said. It's all about them, right? That's their inner dialogue. Is everything that gratifies them and how they want it to work for themselves. Just like Billy's saying it. Billy, you're very smart. I can tell from some of what you're saying, man. You're very you figured something out. Whether or not you got a background or not, you just do. Again, that's an INFJ trait, and if you are, I'm going to say that you are afflicted with this type, and that's just something that we all seem to gravitate toward. Don't you know what I mean? No doubt. Uh, let's see. Billy True must be chaotic in her mind, self-serving and heretic. Yes, that's familiarity creates a false sense of security. People associate love as pain. Uh, yeah, yeah. Love and pain become one and the same in the eyes of a wounded child. Because hell, hey, that was a Pat Benatar song. When the hell is for yeah, that's um, love and pain become one and the same. Yeah, okay. They spend a lot of energy scheming. LOL. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would imagine so. They just spend a lot of energy scheming. Yeah. Um, that's one thing. I sometimes I hear certain things on TikTok, and I hear things, and I watch sometimes. Occasionally, I watch these shows where TikTok, and occasionally I watch that red pill content. Now, listen, I watch different stuff, and I know you do as much as I do. I told you about Komodo dragons. I don't watch that too much. I have seen that though. Somebody's out there on these islands out there, and they're running around following these Komodo dragons, and they get this goat, and they watch it. They watch the thing gulp it down in like 2 seconds. Little baby goats, and they're still alive as they're getting. I mean, how does that happen? These things aren't even quite demised yet, and they're still in their belly. And you can hear these things screaming right inside the belly of the dragon. I mean, literally. What a cruel world we live in sometimes. When I see this stuff, okay. But my point is that there's a lot of stuff out there on the internet, lots of stuff, and sometimes you see the depths of cruelty in the world. Even in nature. Then you look in the human mind, what it's capable of. And sometimes you look at world history. I mean, we got bouts of world history, wars, famine, things happen, and you can see how brutal some people have gotten over the years. Many examples of that. But then sometimes you got the mind of a narcissist, like you said. There's certain mind types that are sociopathic minds, and you just wonder how they scheme, and they're thinking in their mind how they can just how stepping on somebody else or taking somebody, hurting them, destroying them emotionally, uh spiritually, whatever it is, in order to gain ahead. They have no concern over somebody else. See, to us, we're thinking, listen, there's got to be, we think of typically the feeling nature within us. Typically, we look out. We would never do that because if something kicks in, we can't bring ourselves to do that. Okay, and in normal situations, there's certain times in the INFJ we can become cold as ice, and to preserve ourselves and protect ourselves doesn't matter. But to be scheming like these people, like you said, just be diabolically thinking things up. It's almost baffling for us to think of what could be going on in their mind. You know. Um, but then again, we covered a lot of different analogies, how deep the mind goes. Again, it's all that unchecked dysfunctional ego that runs rampant. that runs out of control. This is basically where it all stems from. Okay, is not humbling your ego. I mean, there's the one thing you can say is narcissist people, there's nothing humble about them at all. They can't ever look within themselves. They blame everybody. Everything is everybody else's fault. They never look at themselves, and they just they look at themselves as a victim mentality as well. Everything happened to them, and everything else is everybody else's fault. Yeah, it's how it to us. It's kind of tough to look into a mind like that and not really see it. Sometimes it's tough to fathom, isn't it? Toodles, Billy. Oh, oh, Billy. I'm gonna have to get going. It's really late here. It's been great chatting to you all. Thank you for looking forward next time. Take care, everybody. Okay, Billy the Goat's taking off. It's really late where he is then, huh? Okay. I'm trying to remember. Billy is did he say he was from the UK? I think we talked to him before. I think he said, and that would be several hours ahead of us. If it's 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, it's probably, gosh, 3 in the morning in Great Britain right now. Probably early morning Sunday. So, yeah, okay. So, hey, that was interesting though, Billy. If he's took off, but he's talking about a lot of his deep psychology. That fascinated me. He's very knowledgeable about that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I talk like that way all the time too. And my gosh, that's good to know. See, but then again, I think all of us, yeah, we all have a fascination with that stuff as we all do. It's not nothing exclusive about that kind of thing, right? All right, so okay, all right, well, all right. So we covered some. I don't know. I was wondering where this chat was going to go today. Sometimes I just like to let it unfold to go somewhere or someplace. You know what I mean? So that's where it ended up going today. So, all right, Saya Billy, Toodles Billy. All right, so we're down to okay. We have 5 watching so far. Okay, 5 are watching. Okay. I've been noticing the chats are there's usually a handful that stick around, and I noticed the later it gets, the more it starts to taper off a little bit. But if there's any concerns, any questions you'd like to ask people, anybody out there that is sticking around, 4. Okay, I'm losing people. Oh, don't start going away now, huh? If there's any concerns, if there's anything you'd like to talk about, just let me know. We can jump down another rabbit hole together, and come up with some other topic that'll just put us right over the edge again. What do you think? We could do that. Okay. Well, anyway, see, so like I told you before, I had to end up getting me a new cable. See this wire right here? See that right there? That wire. I ended up a couple weeks ago. This thing, something happened on the microphone. I pulled on it, and I broke I broke the end. I didn't know about it right away, so I had to get a new one, but this one seems to be doing just fine. I had to make sure I had one that was it's funny how electronics works nowadays. You got to find these things that are charger ports that don't just charge. Like this thing is a 10-foot, it can't be just a 10-foot charging cable. You got to make sure that they transfer data now too. So they can charge, but also they have to transfer data. So just my voice going on down in there is a transfer of data. So taking risks. Let me see, Lish, what do you got there? Taking risks when you've noticed a cycle, making the right choices, but not being sure if it will break the cycle or keep it in you. Oh, okay. And taking risks and notice the cycle, making the right choices, but not being sure if it will break the cycle or keep it in you. Oh, yeah. So we're just talking basically about self-reflection right there, right? Just finding seeing the little flaws within us and trying to break the cycles, right? Some of these destructive cycles you're talking about, Lish. Yeah, it's just these things in us that keep us pent down, keep us, keep us thinking crazy thoughts. Yeah, sometimes it does. We have to self-reflect, though, don't we? Hey, Genesis. We have Genesis or Justin is in the house. Hey, Tom. Hello, everybody. Just started listening about 30 minutes ago. Finally settling down for the night. Okay, so you've been hanging out for like 30 minutes and you decided to say hello. That's always a good thing. So you heard some of the topic we had. Hey, we were getting into some deep, I don't know if you heard that, some serious psychology there. Talking about narcissism, talking about criminal psychology. I mean, talking about, the depths of criminal minds, psychotic minds. And yeah, I'll tell you, I just to find that stuff very interesting, you know. What baffles me, like I said, the thing that interests me, we all have a human mind. It says it's human nature. Okay, we have as a race, as a species, as a being, we have tendencies to be a lot of different things, and that those things are tendencies that are we're capable of. Not us personally. I mean, I'm not going to be capable of that. That doesn't interest me. But I'm just saying that the human mind is capable of going down to some very, very twisted places. Let's just say. Hey, George Porch, any thoughts on flat Earth? I find it interesting. I may be a flat earther. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, here's what okay, I'll talk a little bit about the flat earth with you there, George. I asked for a rabbit hole and a question, and there's a question. Now, I guess the earth is only flat as long as you're kind of, as long as you're standing on it, ain't it? Just like anything. I mean, hey, an island is only an island if you're looking at it from the water. You see, if you've seen an island and that thing it only looks like one looking at it from the water, don't it? You know, Chief Brody said that from Jaws. I still thought that was a great line because he was afraid of water. Remember that? Same thing with now the Earth looks flat unless you're standing on it, and I can look both ways. It's flat, but I think the only thing that convinced us otherwise is finally making it up out of orbit. I mean, hey, you asked Magellan, or was it Magellan or was it Cook? Who's the one who went around the world? Magellan was the first explorer to go around the world. Hey, he went around the world. He said he was going to do it, and he did. But I know that was that fable that went on for what, thousands of years. They were afraid to get to the point of no return, sail to the edge of nowhere. I mean, they look out in the ocean, look out on that water, and it just stops, doesn't it? Imagine being in this situation. You look out at your beach. You go to the beach and you look out at that beautiful water, and it looks like it just ends. Like, where'd it go? There was a time where they thought there was a waterfall, and that just went to the point, and you go over the edge of that. Imagine that, thinking that was your flat Earth back then. I know it's got. I mean, they kind of still they did enough thing. Well, they finally figured out that can't be true. They decided just to start heading west. Even though you see that blue water out there, just keep going west. You're not going to fall off the edge. It was just that lie they believed. It was that naive, inexperienced fable that was almost part of a collective consciousness. You want to talk about collective consciousness? That's part of what that was. I mean, that was passed down for thousands, probably hundreds of years. You figure they didn't even do that till what, 1400s, 1490s, 1492. Columbus was the first one to venture westbound from Spain and hit the New World. But I mean, the whole story is he didn't realize the Americas were in the way. He thought that the West Indies were part of like India. Those part of those West Indies islands, like Sumatra and Indonesia. He thought he hit those islands. That's why he called them Indians, because he thought it was Indonesia's, those Indian islands. All right. I know I'm not going to give you an entire history lesson, but you're talking about flat earthers. Unless you think that we're being somehow propagandized or lied to by somebody, that the earth is really just being held up like on a 4 little pallets, in the middle of nowhere, and we're not, and the sun revolves around us like they used to believe. I don't know. It just doesn't make much sense. All those stars in the heavens just kind of revolve around the Earth, like we're the center of the universe. That's what they used to believe. That's true flat earther stuff right there. But again, that information was passed down from like hundreds of years, But I guess my point is that I mean, explorers obviously did it in the 1400s when they discovered Americas. They discovered that the Earth was round, and they could sail a boat and just keep going west, and they would go around the world. I believe that. I just do. I believe what we've been told. There were images and pictures from space, and they show Earth as a sphere. The same way. What confirms it for me is I look at the moon. In the phase of the moon, you see that kind of half phase of the moon, and you see that same kind of lit side on the moon, and say, you know what? I see images of. I see the same images of Earth in the same way, so I know it's a sphere. Only because I'm seeing proof. I see the images. I believe those images, and it seems to make sense to me. It seems to make logical sense that we're not round. We're round. But okay, who's leaving? Take care, Billy. Who? What's going on there? Okay, enough of the flat earther stuff. Okay, so anyway, George Porch, what is your thought on the flat Earth? Are you serious? Do you actually believe that we are on a? It's a fun thought. You are too smart. No, we aren't. We are just fascinated by concept. The physics wouldn't work. Oh, there you go, Lish. Somebody's thinking with their common sense over there, right? That's all. That's another thing. These people that are flat earthers. I see some of these sites on Facebook, flat earthers and stuff, and they put out these little things, and they put out like little pictures saying, "See, this couldn't be true. It is flat." Like they're almost like these Bigfoot believers. I see sometimes like they show these images of Bigfoot, and they try to say this is proof Bigfoot exists, by these blurry images. But I think of them flat earthers are the same thing as the Bigfoot believers. Part of me says to myself, this flat earther thing that these Facebook, they're doing this kind of like sarcastically, like they really don't believe it. It's kind of a little half joke, like, like they're not seriously believing this stuff. My experience is the earth. Is that is flat with a dome. I'm agnostic about the subject though. Okay. All right. Hello, George. Genesis. When I think of numbers, letters, and words, I associate colors with them. Anyone else do this? I think it started during the preschool, kindergarten, where everything in the classroom was so colorful. So you associate words and letters and numbers with colors, Joe. I don't do that personally. I don't know if I seem to associate. Numbers. I think I just. That's a good question. I don't think of colors though. No, that I don't do. Maybe that was something that you did when you were younger. It was a way of you remembering your something or whatever, But maybe that was it. Vamp, yo vamp, George Porch. My experience of the Earth is that it's flat with it. Oh yeah, the dome. I've been fascinated by colors and know that they're really fluorescent colors. Yeah. I just when I think of numbers, I just think of the whole point of where the origin came from, how that happened, Like somebody figured, where it all came from, the fact that we got 10 fingers and we got 10 fingers on our hand. So we decided to base the 10th system on the fact that we have 10 fingers and 10 toes too, right? So everything 5, everything became 10. 10 became the hundreds. So I think everything based upon that. My brother had this interesting idea. He says to me, "Get this. I'm going to talk to you there, um, Justin Genesis." Yeah, he said to me as a kid. I still remember he was my brother. Paul's kind of smart. I don't think he's an IFJ, but he's pretty smart. Some of the things he says are clever, but he used to get really into science fiction. He was into this science fiction stuff. He said he always thought what it would be something like if we only had 4 fingers on a hand. You know, like those cartoon characters. They only got 3 fingers and a thumb. And would we have to base our entire numerical system based on eighths? You see what I mean? So there would only be 8 of everything because of the fact we got 5 digits on each hand and we got 2 hands, we got 10. So everything was based on tenths. I know the whole Celsius system, the metric system is based on tenths. But the whole thing about everything being counted and being doubled and 10 tens are 100, and 10 hundreds are 1,000. And then a 10 thousands are 10,000. And then everything goes from the fact of that, okay, based on the tenths because of the digits. But he made a clever comment to me, and I still remember as a kid about that. Imagine if we didn't have thumbs, or we only had 8 fingers. The whole numerical system would be based on eighths. That's the way the whole world would have been conditioned to count. Yeah, just something as crazy as that, you know. But see, you got me thinking about numbers now. What are the origin of numbers? Where they came from? See, usually that's what I start thinking of. Where are the origins? I mean, sometimes I don't give it a lot of thought unless I'm asked, though. That is a graphic color systematic. Yeah, it's like a would be yellow. 2 is purple. 3 is green. Except, oh, really? So you're thinking that to me, they look gray. Genesis, hey, there you go. George Porge. Uh, it is safe to say most INFJs have inner voice. I've heard some people don't. Lish. Uh, yeah, you'd be surprised on. Funny thing is, Lish, what you just said about the way people, we think the world thinks probably like us. It's being that we have nothing to compare it to but our own mind and who we are. I mean, a lot of times we may look at other people and think they have a mind like ours, but sometimes I figured this out a long time ago that I used to ask people questions. I used to ask friends. I remember being a kid asking certain questions about how they thought, and they didn't think like me at all, you know? And it wasn't until like maybe, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. And like, again, I got married. I think told you last week I was married for 20 years. And my wife, she was a different personality type. And when she started to get to know me, she would ask questions. And I remember her looking at me like puzzled a couple of times in the course of our marriage. And she would look puzzled, like trying to figure out who I was. Like even she couldn't get quite a read on me. But she knew my mind was radically different from hers. And I could tell she knew that just from her own, because I think she had a level of intuition. Not to mention she was my wife. I was married to this woman. And I know one thing, women listen, this is one thing I've noticed about women to men. And then maybe you people understand this, but women try to make sure that they understand a man's mind, especially the man they're involved in. For some reason, something about them, they want to know everything about his way he thinks, and they want to know his emotions. They just want to know all about how he ticks. It's like, and they spend a lot of time focused on that. Now, maybe somebody might disagree with that, but every relationship I've been in, I've noticed that women have a strong wanting to understand their man. Okay, men in general, yeah, but especially the man they're involved in. Now, my wife was like that. She had a very strong idea wanting to understand me, and but I think she understands certain parts of me. She understand a lot of things that made me tick, typical things, but there were certain things she couldn't quite break. But the thing is, there's certain things I don't even understand about myself sometimes. Okay. But I think that's sometimes part of who we are too as INFJs. I think there's elements and there are parts of our own brain and the functions that we can't even quite figure out ourselves sometimes. And when we do, it takes most of our life to finally figure that out. So um, I'm interested. Okay, never heard that one. Really can be helpful for a memory recall. I'm getting older. See, I would have been think incentives have the inner voice as well. If only I had 4 fingers per hand, it would probably be completely world changing. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. But like I said, my brother said that to me as a kid. I mean, we were probably 10 years old. Maybe he was 13 or 14 when I'm younger than him. And he just said that one time, I'm randomly. But my brother was like that. He said off wall stuff that was thought provoking, you know. And I still remember that how he thought that would be so. I think it was so. I think the idea was it was something to do with a science fiction book. How um, there was a whole civilization that was based on eighths. Nobody could figure out the code because we were so fascinated with our own system of 10 fingers that all they had to know is that they had 8 fingers instead. And that was like one of those twists at the end, like that was it when they finally saw like another species with 8 fingers, and that finally was what like it made sense. I don't know, some kind of a story like that. Uh, Honey Rose, the people who built the Titanic were far too confident in its built. It actually hit the iceberg and ended up with a massive gouge alongside because they cheapened out the materials. Oh yeah, I heard stuff about that too. The cheaper materials, like they were trying to rush it along. Wasn't it the rivets? The rivets weren't very. They weren't poured right, or the steel in the rivets wasn't. Wasn't up to code. I think that I heard something about that. Honey Rose. Talk about the Titanic, then, huh? I'm interested though, as they were hearing recently on how the official heard the possible real why Titanic probably crashed. Oh, facts. Never heard the word. That can be helpful. All right. I would think intuitives have the inner voice at least. Oh, yeah, having the 4 fingers. Yeah. Wasn't attached tightly enough, so I bit of ice got between the bits and grabbed hold. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're talking about a little bit of everything. We're talking about the Titanic, talking about numbers, talking about stuff here, huh? That's funny. That's funny stuff. Sometimes we get into stuff. We start trying to just find little things to keep us interested in things like that, right? Yeah, that's all. Uh, Talking about the Titanic, huh? And flat earthers, huh? So I don't know. Does anybody really believe there's a flat Earth? I'm serious. I wonder if anybody still actually truly believes that. But I think they proved that that can't be the right. I actually believe that. Hey, have you ever heard anybody heard the story or the rumor that the moon landings were all hoaxed as well? Anybody heard those conspiracies as well? That they showed all these images of man walking on the moon. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. All that was staged. I've heard these conspiracies as well. That all that was a hoax. That they filmed all these images in like the desert somewhere in Arizona, and they filmed them and they did them in slow motion to look like they were running in less gravity and yeah, whatever it was. I mean, I've heard those floated past there that it never happened. You um, I don't know. Personally, I'd like to think that never happened. I think it did. I mean, I just do. I mean, the thing is this. I mean, for them to come up with that, was the rocket all staged as well? It just opens up so many different questions to me. Now, if they staged this whole thing, did they also build this very expensive rocket just to go into orbit And when it did come down, did they just let it crash in the ocean, not tell anybody? Like, let it come down. All right, nobody's watching now, people. We'll just say that it's going to the moon now. It fell apart, but really, it just it crashed in the Indian Ocean, and hopefully nobody saw that. Okay, so we got that first stage of our hoax done. We staged the whole crashing of the rocket ship went up into space, and we had the. Now we just have to come up with a whole story that it took 4 days to float to to the moon and land there, and they spent a little time, played golf up there, rode around their little moon buggies or whatever. I mean, I don't know. It makes you wonder how much they wanted to hoax it along. But it ain't quite an elaborate hoax if they did. But I don't know. I hear about that stuff, but I don't believe that. Okay, there were videos of people in zero gravity space dropping things. There were videos of people in zero gravity space dropping things. Um, I also saw videos where they were like in orbit and they were like things are floating around too, and they're floating around in their spacecrafts. But the thing is about well, if you're talking about the moon, there's not zero gravity. It's just cut down by a third. They're lighter because it's a smaller body. But is that true? It's not always how somebody's built. It's also how it looks on the surface and what the water, and know how it's in the horizon. And no, another thing is false horizon. Oh, so the videos, there were bomb tests. How was it? The house blew away, but the cameras were just fine. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're talking about. That's a good question. You talking about those? You talking about those atom bombs tests, and they had those houses that just blew away. Oh, and the cameras. Well, I think the camera wasn't the camera like probably it was like fortified in some bunker. It was like fucking excuse me. It was wrapped up in a yeah. It was like in a concrete bunker or something like that. Really heavily fortified. But you would have thought at least the lens would have melted, right? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you think about stuff. It's like, yeah, how did the camera get there? Not burn up like that. At least the lens would have somehow, right? The camera jiggled a bit, but didn't melt or anything. Yeah. Um, well, I mean, maybe they just found a little bit of way of technology. I know what you mean. I've seen a lot of those bomb tests as well. All the footage. I know exactly what you're talking about, and you just want to know why somehow the camera didn't melt away or anything. Um, well, like I said, I think it's just they must have accounted for that. I can only imagine they had it like in like several layers of concrete, or something like that. All I can say is that the only way I could think of is if they reinforced it by putting it through like a concrete tube of some kind, where they had the camera here, but it was going down through like a tube or something, and then there was the opening was away from the direction of the blast of the atomic bomb. Okay, they knew enough they could position it where it was going to be. That initial flash was going to be coming out this way, right? And they knew that if they just positioned that tube, that concrete tube with the camera in the bottom, that at least that flash wouldn't melt anything, and it would protect the camera as well. See, I'm thinking it along. I'm trying to troubleshoot it and explain it the best way. I mean, that could make sense as to why, because usually atomic energy initially melts things on contact when it's a direct blast from it. That initial first wave will melt things on contact. But usually, also, there are shadows. If you ever seen some of these things, like for instance, the first wave, like my whole thing is that flash of meltage, of the first wave of energy, atomic energy that melts. Anything that is in the shadow, anything on the opposite side of that did not get hit. Actually, it's a little bit singed, but it's not melted. It didn't take the full impact. Anything that is on the shadowy side of that blast. Okay. I mean, it's actually kind of mysterious in a way that's how powerful it was. But anything outside of that direct blast didn't melt. So maybe knowing this, they put that concrete tube opposite the side of the blast, facing away from it. Okay, and having enough of a distance within that camera is not to absorb that flash, and that maybe that concrete structure that the camera was in was enough to keep it from melting. I'm not saying I'm siding with anything. I'm just trying to come up with the most logical, rational conclusion as to why that was the case. Okay. Tom, I completely understand where you're coming from with this, and had an ex friend who wanted to understand this one friend, but I couldn't read this friend like a book, and she was jealous of that too. Okay. They were saying it was rare occurrence with the optical illusion that made them closer than they were supposed to be. Oh, I see. Okay. The camera jiggled but didn't melt anything. The visit of people's zero gravity. I don't always know some people think either, but looked in how the surface and water and the horizon has another thing, a false horizon. Oh, okay. And yes, bomb test, how the houses blew away, but the cameras were just fine. Yeah. Okay, I already read that one. Okay, yeah, just like I said, a lot of little mysteries out there, isn't there? A lot of little things that just keep us thinking sometime, you know. I tend not to want to think of conspiracies. I've heard a lot of them. You know, they get the Kennedy conspiracy. I was into that for a little while. I always thought that maybe somebody covered up the whole the Kennedy assassination, and but there's a lot more evidence to say that that's a possibility than a lot of other things. You know, I'm not going to get too much into that, but whether or not Kennedy was assassinated with multiple gunmen or just one, there's a lot of reasons that tell me that it couldn't have been just one shooter. I mean, the single bullet theory, that seems to be the one that just doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, and that's what they had to make the people believe that one bullet went through him, his neck, and through Conley, and ended up pristine in somebody's leg. I don't know. So that's one that just seems unbelievable to me. Is the single bullet theory, but I don't know. We're never going to know the truth now. I mean, anybody that was around at that time is all pretty much, probably passed on many times over. So, but yeah, um, I don't know. That's funny. Conspiracy that the bullet in that assassination was from the wrong angle. Yeah. Um, the bullet in that assassination was from the wrong angle. Yeah, that's what I mean. Whether or not it came from another building. Yeah, I've heard all those. I've heard all those. It couldn't have come from this right with the Texas School Books Depository. 3 shots weren't fired from there. Like there was another one from like the other building behind them from that other, what was it, the other street, Houston Street or whatever. Um, I've heard all of these different theories. Like there was one gunman was either Oswald or somebody else in the book depository. One was behind him. Somebody was behind the grassy knoll. You know, and then I heard this other theory that somebody actually shot from like a sewer grate. He actually like poked his head outside from like the street level, and he had a rifle, and then he just disappeared through the sewers. I've heard even rumors about that. It makes you wonder how many different, they couldn't prove anything, but I'll tell you that would have been a great escape route. You just kind of poke it through, do your thing, close the lid a little bit, or you're just up high enough in the of a storm grate, and then you get a whole sewer system to escape from, and then you come out another end, you're completely gone. That actually would have been a great idea, it would seem like. So, again, I mean, there's a lot of fishy things that happened during that whole thing. We'll never know. And so much time's gone by now, we'll never know the truth. We'll never know it. But I think there was something fishy about what we were told about that whole assassination. I mean, you could get into the whole thing about. Well, I don't want to get too much into politics. I was going to say, even that Trump. I'm not sure what happened with the Trump assassination attempt, but I mean, I've heard people try to say that he staged that whole thing. That somehow he hit his head and caused a little blood to trickle out of his ear to make it look like he was wounded, but it was really fake blood, and that all that was staged to make him look like he was a hero. I mean, I've heard weird conspiracy people. I've heard a lot of different ones, and I've even heard somebody else left a message saying that they believe that like Charlie Kirk was like that was all like staged too, like it never happened, like they just like he's still alive, like he was just like they staged it to make it look like he had been assassinated, but in reality he just he's hiding somewhere. You know, I mean, I've heard crazy stuff out there, so I mean, it makes you wonder how much there is a lot of conspiracies about so many things out there. You know, and some of them just seem like they're too crazy to believe, really. So the bullet in that assassination was from the wrong angle. Yeah. Um, well, okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you what, people. It is 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. I know typically I do a lot of a marathon, do a long time. I think I'm gonna cut this short at around midnight tonight. Okay, if that's okay with you, that'll give us a little bit more time here. All right, but we'll do that because I don't want to make it too long. All right. Plus, I think things are winding down a little bit here. Unless you can come up with something very very interesting, we can talk about something like that. But I'll talk a little bit about whatever you want. Whatever interests us. But conspiracy theories and flat Earth, that's okay. If we're Art Bell or George Norrie, you know, I can be a little bit of that sometimes, but not all the time. So, um, yeah, as far as just see what I want to do too is I really have to focus on learning a little bit about my system here too. Now, again, I always say this. There's so much stuff I got to learn about, like streaming and about these software apps on for the YouTube stuff. For recording like reaction videos and all that stuff. So I got to really start focusing on different things. See, these are part of those little things I keep saying I got to do, but I can't overwhelm myself. That's part of like what I was trying to talk about before. Is like we're talking about how we talk ourselves out of things because we overthink and think too much. We got 15 things we want to do, and then we think, but you can't do them all at the same time. You got to do them one at a time, and that's what I've been doing with this whole. Sometimes I think YouTube's been doing that with me. I've been overwhelming myself. Do the lives. I try to do the videos, then I try to get software. But I got to focus on one thing. I really got to take one thing at a time and just go slow and easy. I got to really follow my own advice here. So that's what I got to do. That's all. So, um, as far as like I said, there's a couple other things I want to do eventually. That's all. But there's a lot of questions that make no sense. Oh, I know that, Vamp. That's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of things that. Well, the thing is, this too is, you know how sometimes we talk about how people gaslight other people, and we do. Sometimes people will try to convince you that you didn't see the reality the way you did. Well, I think we have mass scale um, gaslighting. We see gaslighting on large scales, big scales, and sometimes I see it perpetrate. I see it perpetrated. Excuse me. It's carried out by um, people with agenda. I mean, I think we're gaslit all the time in like news sources do this to us. Our politicians can do this to us. We're gaslit all the time, and I think it's standard operating procedure in some cases. And they have to keep a certain level of lies out there. I think we're being lied to quite a bit. I really do. It's up to us to just either ignore it but if we do want to believe it, we have to use our common sense and know I don't know the truth, or maybe never know exactly the truth, but I know whatever I'm being told is not the truth. You know, um, you have to kind of keep that in the back of your mind that you can't trust a lot of people. I mean, again, that's all human nature. I think human nature just does that. So we see small scale gaslighting and manipulation, and but we see it in large scales as well. And again, that's all about human nature stuff. Both moon landing and everything. There's a lot of questions about make no sense. Yeah, about the moon landing and everything. Yeah, okay. No, I guess I could see that. Um, I mean, personally, I'd like to believe that we went to the moon, but some people don't believe we had the technology to do it. I don't know. But again, like I said, we're being, you have to almost, you can't be so ready to believe everything you hear, especially from like media, mass media. Um, so many things just go on that you have to just kind of half believe things, you know, and then you fill the second half in with your own intuition. I think that's part of like what we do. I mean, being that we, our personality type is very intuitive. And of course, as you know, we can see through the BS. You know, the old saying is INFJs are very good lie detectors. They can spot out people lying, manipulators, and they see the patterns. And the older they get, the better they get at this. Okay. You don't think that applies to just mass scale as well? You can't just, I mean, I think you can tell if somebody's manipulating or lying to you to your face, like your boss, maybe your spouse, maybe a sibling, whoever. You can tell when somebody's just, oh, I didn't take your $5. And they get that little half smirk. You know what I'm saying? We could see that, but you telling me we can't see that stuff, on a mass scale? I guess bottom line is you got to believe what seems to make sense, or what you almost have to piece things together. The way I try to paint a picture is I don't believe everything on face value. I try to look at it, try to decipher what seems to make sense, adding with a little bit of human nature and what might be the agenda behind it. Okay, factor that in with a little bit of like I said, just seeing what the truth should have been or could have been. And sometimes you can get a behind the scenes report as to what's going on. I mean, it's not going to be precise, it won't be detailed, but at least you can get an idea, if you know what I mean. I seem to do that a lot. I know I take things at face value. I hear them, but I make sure I put my own intuitive understanding of what I just described before into what I believe. All right, especially when it comes to like news and things like that, what we're being presented. All right, uh, honey, TIS Science is the YouTube channel that I watch for Titanic and other interesting. Oh, okay. You're talking to Honey Rose. Okay. Oh, there you go. That's a good one then, huh? Yeah. Um, well, that's all. So I think it's all it is basically up to us to really use our own common sense, our own intuition, and just kind of decipher things. But again, just don't we don't have to take everything for face value. I don't have a TV. Well, that's good, Honey Rose. I have one. I don't think I've turned my TV on in over a year. I mean, literally. I have a flat screen TV hanging up in my living room. I never use it. Now, do I watch YouTube? Do I watch I have a laptop. I got a phone. I got my computer I'm looking into, and I'll watch things on. Obviously, we're YouTubers, So we watch stuff on YouTube. Now, again, do I think YouTube is, listen, I think YouTube has a lot of informative things, but is YouTube the most perfect, credible source on earth? Listen, I can't just blindly follow YouTube. Listen, there's a lot of things that you can't, you got to still decipher what you hear on YouTube as well. Okay. And you can't just think, well, because I'm on YouTube, everything's the truth here. You still got to make sure that who you're listening to and who's on YouTube is reputable, or at least there should come a certain intuition within yourself as to somebody's genuinity. Like for me, I mean, if you sensed that I wasn't, if I had an agenda and I was lying to you, you'd probably see that, and you wouldn't trust me, right? So, I mean, my point is that that's the way YouTube is. But I mean, but again, human beings are still on YouTube. That's all. But the thing is, YouTube is everything and anything what goes beyond. So, but again, it's up to you to kind of understand and believe what you know is right. That's all. I have a PS3. Haven't turned it on in almost 2 years. Okay. It's interesting what he's talking about. Okay. I don't watch TV either. I learned off of YouTube. Well, there you go. Yeah, like I said, no, I don't watch TV. I think a PS3. Gosh, PS3. That's an old system. PS3s are probably from like the mid 2000s. That's at least 20-year-old system, right? If not early 2000s. I can't remember. PS3 is, yeah, at least that. What is it up to PS5 now? And I know they keep going up every so often. Yeah, but I don't play video games either. No, I don't do that. I did when I was younger. I did with my son when he was growing up a little bit, but I don't so much now. And the 4 and 5s don't have games like I like. Okay, yeah. Xbox. You got an Xbox previously was 1 or 2 years. Okay. Also have a PS2. I had a PS2. I thought that thing was the coolest. After PS1 came out, I thought that thing was like all like state of the art graphic. You look at it now and it's like, oh my gosh, this thing's primitive. But at the time when they were coming out, we thought they were it, didn't we? I had one of those. I used to like to play Medal of Honor, Frontline. I used to love that one. The whole Normandy invasion. Yeah, that one was pretty cool. You felt like you were storming the beaches of Normandy for real. I've just been working out. I've just been working, but yeah, and have been on my health. Oh, okay. All right. Working on your health. That's good to know. I got shipwrecked, herbs and herbs and other such things. Oh, shipwreck. Now, shipwreck. That must be some kind of what is that, a sim game where you're shipwrecked on an island? You got to learn to survive. Hey, that sounds like a pretty good video game. Oh wow, shipwrecked. I'm listen, just by knowing the title of that must be. It's kind of like sim stuff. So you have to learn to survive after you ended up on a deserted island. Probably have to fight off predators, protect yourself, hunt for food, fish, build a house. Oh yeah, make clothing, whatever you got to do. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. And then I'm sure that sounds like just the idea sounds like a pretty good. Tom, it's my birthday tomorrow in Australia, Monday. Well, happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to Vamp Fox. Okay, ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Vamp Fox. Edith, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Hey, I like that. How's like my birthday? Yeah, that's my crooner voice there, huh? Oh, yeah. There you go. Well, it's good to see you having a birthday party. Hey, you know what? Funny thing you bring that up today was when my brothers. Sometimes I bring up my brother, right? My brothers and stuff birthdays. Well, no, not the birthdays, but I talk about my brothers sometime, right? My brother Paul he just had a birthday. It's still June 13th. Yes, it is. Today was his birthday. My brother Paul. Yeah, my brother Paul just turned 65, huh? Imagine that. My brother, and I had another brother, my late brother Jim. Now those two brothers are both born in June. Okay, Paul's today is Paul's birthday, and Jimmy, it was June 9th. I know. And what was I going to say? Yeah, so he would have been turning 68 years old. Actually, he should have been 68 years old. My brother Jim. He should be alive today. I mean, it is what it is, but sometimes I think about that and think, well, he should be that age, but he isn't. So, but that's good. I'm glad to see having a good birthday though, Vamp. Thank you. Tell Paul happy level up day. Oh, my brother Paul, yeah. Happy level up day. Okay. I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't keep in touch with him. I see him like maybe once a year. Usually, sometimes I go over a year before I even see him. And we're the type, I don't call him on the phone very much. I don't think I've talked to him on the phone in like years. Years. I mean, very rarely do we even talk on the phone. He's not like that. I mean, I don't keep in touch with him like that. But I do see him like maybe once a year. That's about it. Mine is in July. Honey Rose, you're going to be 50 in July. Oh, okay. That's next month. You're getting there too. Lish, happy birthday, George. So George does we've got a lot of birthdays going on here. What's going on here? Everybody having a birthday? More? Or is everybody wishing uh Vamp is having a birthday tomorrow, actually Monday. She's in Australia, so she's all well into her Sunday. Here in the United States, I mean, I'm getting to it's just we're minutes away from Sunday ourselves here, but I'll be the first to see it here in the East Coast there. But thanks, Lish. Happy birthday. Hey, so George, what is this? It's your birthday as well, George? What do we got? Another birthday, George? George Forge. Is it? Is that your birthday as well? Let me see. What did I miss here? Something tells me George must have said he's got a birthday as well. Well, that's good. Everybody's got a birthday going then. Nice. All right. So that's awesome. You know. Yeah. My birthday came and gone this year, and I didn't even say much to anybody. I just let it happen and just let it pass. It's kind of funny. Like as you get older, I mean, we find friends. Maybe we celebrate our birthdays with our children and stuff. But as we get older, our parents go away. They pass away, and all the friends that normally were there, like in our birthday parties, we've drifted off from. And yeah, usually it just, at least with me, it is. It's like all of a sudden, everybody that you knew, everybody that you loved and held dear, passed on, and you wonder where all the people you adored went. Yeah, they're just not around anymore. It's almost like weird revelations happen where you realize you just you end up by yourself at some point. Well, that's sometimes what goes on in my mind is how we just end up having all this friendship and stuff when we're younger, when we get celebrated, and then all of a sudden it starts just drifting away little by little, and then it's just gone. you know. But anyway, we got each other. We'll wish each other happy birthday. Huh? I heard INFJ Gemini is a thing. Oh, there you go. Well, I got two brothers that were Geminis. I got one passed away, and the other one he's definitely not that. But you think, why is there a higher percentage of Geminis? You think are INFJs? Is that what you're saying, George? You think maybe is it they do a study and they're finding out that a lot of Geminis are that personality? Well, I mean I guess that's possible. It doesn't necessarily fit the script every time, but uh, I know the what is the Gemini? That's the twin. That's the twin, right? Yeah. It's funny though. I have two brothers that have two birthdays that are days away from each other. I mean, different years though. I mean, there's like what is there? 3 years difference between their birthdays, but they're right around the same month. So, oh, duality. Yes, yeah, duality, which basically means like the twin, like the Gemini. It's like either duality or the twin. Yeah. So, yes, right. Lish. Yeah. Yes, Lish, you mentioned it. Okay. I wonder that, George. Oh, that's something else. So they're actually part of the zodiac then, huh? I mean, how do they know that stuff? What do they do? Do they poll people that have tested for that personality type, and they ask them their birthday, and when they say they're Gemini's, do they just have something that they poll them and find out? Oh, there's a majority of INFJs are Gemini's. Man, how does that work? I mean, I wonder how somebody would be able to take that as a. How would you do that? I wonder. Well, yeah, Jim Carrey is a gem. Oh, is he? But is Jim Carrey an INFJ? I mean, what is it? That's we talked about that. We talked about JFK. Oh, JFK is a Gemini. Oh, okay. No, does anybody know Jim Carrey's MBTI type? I don't know. I don't. He doesn't strike me as being an INFJ. I know he was in that movie we were talking about early, the Marilyn Monroe. Oh, okay. We're talking about Geminis now, right? Okay. Yeah. But no, I don't know I don't know pretty much any of that stuff. But no, I'm just curious if Jim Carrey, what is his MBTI type? Something tells me he's more extroverted. Although funny thing is with Jim Carrey though, I know in the last maybe 10 years he's kind of faded away from the whole movie industry. If you notice, he's become very he hasn't put a movie out or even accepted a role in like I don't know how long it's been. He just like dropped off the face of the no, I wouldn't say face of the earth, but he got out of the limelight. He all of a sudden he started changing. I do know he did that, where he started getting to a point where you didn't see him in movies anymore. Yeah, I don't know the last time he even starred in a movie. And through the '90s, this guy was like making movies all over the place. Very, always a comedian, that physical comedy. And I mean, I thought the guy was hilarious. I mean, I thought he was funny for some things. He did crack me up, like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. I thought he was funny. But Jim Carrey has never taken a formal public released Myers-Briggs MBTI assessment. Oh, you must have just looked that up, did you, Honey Rose? Okay, all right. I don't know what he is. I don't. He doesn't strike me as that. But then again, he is an actor. The only time a lot of times you see them, they're playing a role. They're pretending to be somebody else. I mean, and so it's hard to really get a grasp on somebody's MBTI type by the movie characters they are. You know what I mean? Because they're acting. So ENF, ENFP, the campaigner. Many identify Carey as an ENFP due to his vibrant imagination, improvisational acting style, and open, warm engagement with audiences and interviews. So that's what they assess him as. I mean, he never took they just kind of, somebody's like kind of profiling him to come up with that. I get that. Yeah, Jim Carrey had a big spiritual awakening a while back, which changed it. That's right. I heard that. It changed spiritual changed him. But I think he did some successful Sonic the Hedgehog movies. Okay. I think he played that villain guy, didn't he? The guy was out to get the Sonic. He played the little evil guy, didn't he? He had the mustache. I see that now. He has the mustache guy, right? That's right. I've seen a couple of those, right? That's right. He had a spiritual awakening. And that's right. He changed. I do remember hearing something about that. He went through something like that. Yeah, sometimes I used to see him. He had that really thick beard, you know, when he was kind of out of the limelight. You'd see him every so often, and he seemed different. He was changed, and he was talking different stuff. And like I said, it was a spiritual thing he was going through. So yeah, maybe he was soul searching. Maybe I think it had something to do with a relationship. Wasn't he in a relationship with like a married woman, not a married woman, he adopted he had a single mom, and he was seeing her, and I'm not sure if he still is, but I thought he was he had a relationship. Maybe that devastated him. Maybe that didn't work. Maybe it was something to do with that. Somehow, a lot of times, is when relationships don't work, it changes us or leads us into different places. I know. So I know a lot of guys that seem that it changes them that way. But Tom, thank you for a second thought. It was someone else. Wait, Tom, thanks you for a second. I thought it was someone else. Okay. I thought it was someone else. Oh, okay. Not sure what is that about? What did I do? Tom, it's also my cousin Joy's birthday on the 13th. Oh, do you want me to sing her happy birthday too? Is that what I could do that. I could do another happy birthday thing. Today is the 13th. Oh, okay. That's right. Today is the 13th. Oh, yeah. What am I thinking? So today is your cousin's birthday, and Monday is your birthday then, on the 15th, then I take it. Okay. All right. Okay. So, well, I tell your cousin happy birthday. Okay. There you go. Vamp, I'm going to be 38. Oh my gosh, you're so young, Vamp. My gosh, 38? Wow, you're very young. 5 minutes to midnight. Yeah, that's right. 5 minutes to midnight. At 38 years old. Yeah, that's still very young. Yeah. There was a time in our life when we think our late 30s, getting near 40s is getting old. Now, when you add another 20 some odd years beyond that, and all of a sudden that don't look so old anymore. I mean, I'd love to be back 38 years old going on 40 again. I'd love to relive some of that. I mean, the only condition is I'd have to know what I know now. I don't think I'd want to go back and being naive, and I wouldn't say stupid, because we're never stupid. I mean, I think we just haven't figured a lot of things out. We just haven't lived enough life to be wise. That's all. That's all it is. So, but I never want to sacrifice what I've already got. Rest well, all. Someone I haven't Rest well, all. Someone I haven't seen online 8 years just contacted me on Facebook. I'm going to be giddy for a bit. Oh, all right. Somebody contacted you after 8 years, huh? Is it an old boyfriend of yours, huh? Honey Rose? That's what it sounds like. Getting giddy. Some old boyfriend you haven't seen in a while. Got out of contact, and now they're contacting you. Is that's probably what it is? That's what it sounds like. George Porch, peaceful mind. Why? Okay. Uh, honey, no, that's awesome. Long distance love. Asked him to marry me, then his life fell apart. Oh, see, I knew. See, I knew it was an old boyfriend. The way you pieced that together, being giddy, it was a little bit of a romantic thing. I could tell. It wasn't just friendship. So asked him to marry me, then his life fell apart. How does that happen, huh? Uh, he is now, he is a she now, devastated, but still love him. Her. Oh, it sounds like listen. Something tells me he dodged a bullet there, Honey Rose. It sounds like he was or she, whatever you want to. Okay, was a little confused. about things. Okay, get involved with you, and if obviously things are going on in the mind there regarding that, then there was some serious confusion, as you say. Somebody's got to be really very, very confused about their identity. So maybe it's a good thing things didn't elapse and you didn't get involved with that. Okay. Now, if you're still friends, that's great, but don't. Obviously, it's a good thing you didn't tie a knot with somebody like that. Okay. So he was Pan. So, all right. He was Pan. So things were over. The play. Oh, Pan. Oh, like Pan asexual. Whatever that is. I know there's all these different pronouns nowadays. I usually don't know what all that stuff is, you know? It's 13 years older anyway, but I still have the feelings. Loves anyone. Oh, is that what that is? Oh, okay. Pan basically, is that like being bi? Is that basically what that used to be what it was called back years ago? You had certain preferences, and people that were bisexual were pretty much into anybody or anybody, anything like that. Now they call it pan, which just means they just can pretty much be with any same thing, basically. And this sounds like it's that they just changed the term for it a little bit. Okay. Sort of bi, but will always love, but will love trans, hey, lesbian, etc. Oh, okay. All right. Well, so it's kind of like one of those things where they're open to anybody or anything. Yeah, that sounds a little bit diverse, I guess, huh? All right. Well, yeah, but bottom line is though, like I said, you didn't end up getting married. That maybe they can do what they want with their lives and their bodies, but that's probably not real stable marriage material for you, Honey Rose, and you know that. Okay, maybe it's a good thing that you dodged a bullet that way, because being tying somebody, uh, you know, through marriage that is like that probably wouldn't be the best thing though. You know, you want somebody a little more sound, I think. You know, a little more like understands if he's a man, and he's gonna love his woman. I mean, truly love his woman, and not like, well, I could love I can love my woman. I can love them over there or this one over there. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not. Maybe I better shut up over here, but I mean that just doesn't sound like very good marriage material. Uh, I f- I fork around a lot, George Porch. Oh, okay. Love kitchenware. Loves kitchenware. What are we talking about? Sort of. I might, I might still marry them. That away from the U.S. and into Canada. Oh, that's right, Honey Rose. You're in Canada. That's right. Okay. I fork around a lot. George Forge, you okay? Honey, one of my good friends is a pan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew somebody who was a pan too. Yeah, it was a fictitious character. His name was Peter. Yeah, Peter Pan. You know, I'm only kidding. Peter Pan. I couldn't help it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. But he used to fly around too. You know. Hey, maybe it was a pan. You know. Okay. I don't know where that came from. Honey, beautiful soul, especially if you know them. I met him in the border and we shared a kiss. That is all I got. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, all right. Well, it is midnight, people. I said I was going to hang around here till about midnight, didn't I? Huh? So, well, anyway, so I tell you, it was kind of an interesting live chat tonight. I think it was a little more subdued. Sometimes I think I've been doing these every week. I like to come on here, and sometimes I feel like I'm very much on topic, and it depends on where my mind is spiritually. Lately, I've been honestly, I don't know what it is, but I think I'm not that I'm not that I'm losing anything spiritually, but sometimes I feel like this is part of our whole development. Sometimes we go into these kind of lulls, where instead of being you having yet a lot of inspiration, you have a lot of like different things going in, as far as like you feel like you're being fed spiritually. Sometimes things go empty, things get vapid again. And then these are the phases. And that's what I was talking about, that whole thing earlier about the whole second awakenings and like entering other phases of awakenings. But sometimes I think we go into these kind of boring places of emotionally, spiritually too, where things that were normally filling us and we felt like we were alive with spirit, they start to taper away. And all of a sudden we start to feel like we're empty again. Not empty, but just like bland, like in a state of like numbness. And I think even Carl Jung said that these are part of the stages we go through. I think that's where I've been lately. I think I've been kind of in a stage of like limbo in a sense, But anyway, that's what I'm thinking is going on. Well, anyway, so people, thank you so much for it is midnight, and I'm going to wrap this up only because it's about that time, and I don't want to go too long right now. So thank you so much, everybody. I want to thank everybody, and all the everybody that shows up here, and and I'm glad some new people are coming in here that like to hang around here, and you mean a lot to me. Again, you really do, and someday, like I said, when I finally figure things out and get really acclimated, I'm hoping. You know what? I don't want to keep making promises. Things are going to happen when I get them done. Okay, I'm going to have to make a point of that. I can't keep making these stupid little sayings. I'm going to do this and that, and then every week I keep doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Someday I got to kick myself in my own butt and get it done. That's all I can do. But I want to thank you so much for sticking around, though, people. Thank you very much for attending again. All right, and being there. So, all right. Well, people, thank you so much. I'm going to sign off, and so we'll do this again next week. All right. Okay. Well, people, thank you. And let me see, where am I? All right. Thank you again, and until next time, people. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. All right. Thank you again.